Well, good morning, everybody. This is David Bayard here, Skyboy Arts Festival. It's Saturday morning, 11 o'clock. We got a nice overcast day here, some cloudiness. It's really pretty mild in Kansas City. Temperatures above 50, no wind. That's my weather report for the morning. Um, but it's kind of a gloomy, overcast day, so we're hoping everybody stays indoors today and just comes to the fair during the day here. So I got a couple things I wanted to kind of preview people, those who are visiting here. First of all, we got a group of artists here. I'm going to be interviewing them during the day. And one of the things that we thought we needed to do was to come up with a better name for artist groups. I mean, if you got cows, they usually come in a herd. You've heard of cows, right? So crows come in, it's called a murder of crows. I love that one. That's one of my favorites. A bevy of, what, a covey of pigeons? I don't know. But anyway, all animals have some kind of name for their group. And artists are animals just like anybody else. So we want you, the public, to try and come up with a name for a group of artists. And we've had a couple of submissions already, but if you're on the, let's see, I should tell you too, we're broadcasting live on Facebook and on the website, skyboyphotos.com. And the link that you got takes you to the website. And below, right down there on the website, are a bunch of tiles or little booths, individual booths for the artist. You can see their website, their Facebook page or Etsy page or whatever they have. Their email is there, their phone number. Remember the phone? One ringy dingy, two ringy dingy. You can call them on the phone if you want to. Anyway, so, we're broadcasting also on Facebook, but if you're on Facebook, there's a link there to bring you back to the website where you can chat with us. There's a little chat window there, and we'd love to have your comments during the show. If you have questions for the artists, if you want to see something they showed and you want to see it again, whatever, we're going to be here, and I'll be monitoring the chat. So a couple other things I want to mention. We're having a prize. We're giving away a prize. And the way you enter that contest is you go to, on the website underneath this broadcast here, the live stream, is there's a paragraph with a link to send an email to db at Skyboy Photos. And that sends an email to us. Put your name, first and last name in there. And you're going to be entered automatically in the contest to win a bunch of stuff. We've got greeting cards. We've got... believe we have a candle. We have a couple of prints. We have just various things, and I shouldn't be saying this, but if you enter the contest, you're going to win. See, I have always liked sports where everybody wins. Like, I don't know, there are some sports like that, not many. But I hate for anybody to go crying home in their beer, right? So if you enter the contest, everybody's going to win. Why not? There's nothing that says we can't do this. So we got a lineup of artists here during the day that we're going to be interviewing. And we'll start with me. I don't know if there's anything else I need to tell you about the show here, but we're very glad that you came. We hope that you're going to enjoy the time here and you can get all your Christmas, holiday shopping, seasonal shopping done, whatever you celebrate, solstice, new moon, whatever. Giving gifts is something that's really nice to do. I mean, we're coming up on Thanksgiving, which is all about gratitude, right? So we're thankful for you guys, and we're going to have a good time today. So I wanted to talk about me. I'm the first artist here, so I'm up first, I guess, and I'll be talking a couple times during the day. But so I'm Skyboy Photos is my business. I'm also a woodworker, Samurai Woodworks, furniture maker, and with Skyboy Photos, I do photography and poetry, and some of my woodwork too. And you can see some of my stuff behind me, and it's not all mine, but most of it is. I've got prints. My photography is mostly of the sky, but that includes the daytime sky and storms and lightning and thunder and all that good stuff. It also includes the night sky, deep space photos. You can see here I've got one of the great nebula of Orion. So we got a couple of photos of that, of different sizes and so forth. And I also make greeting cards. You can see here I've got some of my greeting cards lined up. And whatever's in the greeting cards, usually you can find that same photograph in the prints. And so if you like what you see in the greeting card and want something bigger, you can get it. But the greeting cards themselves are full archival photographic prints. So a lot of my customers just hang them up on the wall for $3.50 a piece. Oh, and while I'm mentioning it, if you go to greeting cards, and if it's your first time here, the first 5 cards are free. If you buy 10 cards, the first 5 are free. Let's see, what else can I say about me? My poetry, I have 2 books of poetry, third book with poetry and photos combined, and I'm coming up with another book in about a month. It was due out April 2020, which, as you know, is this year, and as you know, is 9 months ago, but the book's got to be ready. Anyway, and I'm going to be reading some of my poetry in between the interviews during the day. So I want to run a little quick video here that I made up for Skyboy photos. And this kind of give you an idea of what I do and how I do it and all that good stuff. Let's see if I get the right page here. Yeah, here we go. And we're going to share screen with you and run a little film here, a little video film.
Skyboy Photos is the creation of David Baird, photographer, writer, and woodworker. I recently got a chance to visit with David at his South Kansas City studio, nestled deep in the woods. Upon our meeting, I found him personable and charming.
Hi, David. I'm so glad I caught you. Thank you for inviting me.
Once he realized he didn't owe me any money, he invited me into the studio to talk about his photography and his poetry.
More worse.
He tells me he's been photographing the sky for nearly 40 years. He finds every day to be different, as nature keeps offering up unexpected encounters. He never tires of it. Ever since he was a child, he's been equally fascinated by watching the stars and planets at night, so the wonders of deep space have also become a subject for his camera. The sky is not the only part of nature that fascinates David. Bees, birds, and buttercups also need watching. Somebody's got to do it. He talked about the difficulty of capturing nature on film. First, photo-worthy events don't just show up when he's ready. So he carries a camera with him everywhere. And finding a good view of the sky in the middle of the city can be quite a challenge. But the result of all this effort means you get to share in the beauty of nature as well. He offers a collection of over 200 images available in vibrant, photographic, and canvas prints. Connect with nature while connecting with your friends and family in a more personal way with one of his handmade greeting cards. His annual Sky Gazers calendar, Sky Stories, is a hit all through the Midwest. And along with his 2 helpers, Ingrid Art Pepper and Pierre Paint Pockets, he creates what he calls easel art, photography on canvas disguised as real paintings. He's also written and illustrated 3 books of poetry in verse, and soon will be adding another. So peruse his collection of images and handmade items. Choose your favorites and then order up your own slice of heaven.
Okay, so that's sort of me in a nutshell, a little bit. I wanted to mention a couple of other things that I'm doing during the show. Every year for the last 6 years, 7 years, something like that, I put out a calendar, and most of them are sky and weather and so forth. Different photo every month, and every photo lately, the last couple of years, I've added an original poem made up just for that photo. So you get 12 months of poetry and photography. And this year's calendar is a little bit different. I'm doing the sky from the ground up to 6 feet instead of what we think of as the sky. This is the sky from the little guy's perspective. And you can see here, this is the cover of it here. And let's say, for example, this guy is probably about 1.5 feet off the ground here on this nice branch. And he's got the whole thing to himself. He's a happy guy. So it's mostly about bugs. Now, some of you have said to me, oh, it's about bugs. I don't like bugs. And I said, well, what do you mean? Well, if they're in the house. So just fair warning, none of these bugs are in the house. But they're all good bugs, by the way. You know, everybody who says they don't like bugs, you ask them about ladybugs. Oh, yeah, I love those. What about butterflies? Oh, yeah, I love those. It's like, come on. Anyway, we got also some amphibians and a whole bunch of photographs here. And each photograph, like I said, has a poem. There's the dragonfly photo. Here, I'll just read the poem here for the dragonfly. This is for March. Bullet like I flit and dart, hover, swoop and glide. Where will I go next, you ask? Only I decide. I am the breaker of illusions. I am not what I seem. Through my glassy wings you glimpse the truth as in a dream. Never underestimate the power of one so small. To reveal what is hidden, render visible to all. I can see through walls and lies. That is my special art. Past your skin, my 1,000 eyes will penetrate your heart. So anyway, original poem for every month. Here we got, what does a mushroom look like? The mushroom people. So anyway, what I'm doing all day today, the calendars are only $14. Usually they're $17. And for those of you who love to send my calendars out to your family as little stocking stuffer gifts and stuff, I still have my 3 or more calendars is 20% off. So that takes them down quite a bit. And then this year I have a brand new product. I'll share you the window here where I can show you what's going on. And this is this is the page. Now if you're on the website here, you don't have to go anywhere. It's right here. You might open it up in a different tab so that you can watch the show and the display the website. But if you look under calendars, this is my Sky and Nature calendar. There's the calendar, and my new product this year is a calendar display holder. It's called the Tori Gate, which Tori is a Japanese gate, basically, that is made for the entrance to a temple or a holy place, and it basically ushers you from the mundane into the sacred. And so I thought it was appropriate for this. You can see I've got a little video here that describes, the inspiration for it and how I make them and so forth. Now, usually they're $18 by themselves, but if you buy the Tori Gate calendar, it comes with this year's calendar for $28, which is a savings over doing both. So if you're thinking about getting the calendar, think about getting it with a display holder. Let's put this up here and show you what I got. So this is, let's see here, there we go. So this is the holder in action here. It's real easy to change the calendar every year. It fits any size calendar, including up to 12 inches. And it saves you from, about August, and you put the calendar on the wall, the little hole breaks through and the thing falls to the floor, and that's the end of it for the whole year. So this way, it's a little nicer way to display it. Anyway, that's on sale this year. Well, not on sale, but we get the 2-for-1, the calendar and the scroll. And then go check out my calendars. Also have greeting cards and prints and everything else. So feel free to check out the rest of the website here. Okay, now I'll mention again, we're on Facebook and the website. And if you're on Facebook, go to the website because that's where all the action is. And you feel free to comment in there. And we're trying to find a name for a group of artists. Whatever you think a group of artists would be called, put it in the comment section there. And we've got a couple of entries so far, but we haven't come up with the perfect name for artists, a group of artists. Like animals have groups. Anyway, so I'm going to bring on our first artist here. Trish Campbell is with Ribbons and Wax. Good morning, Trish.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you.
I can hear you okay, yeah. Well, so Trish is, she's with, let me bring you up big here, where she's with Ribbons and Wax, and she makes candles. And I see you got 4 or 5 of your candles there on display. So, yeah. And they're very special candles, I think. I like how you mix all the colors and shapes and very imaginative work. So tell us more about what you do with the candles.
I started about 20 years ago. I guess the best way to say is that I couldn't just name them with a label that was the scent that was in them. To me, they all are an expression of some form of art, just like the painting. So they each get titles.
Right.
I have no two that are alike, only because I'm unable to recreate them over and over again, even though I may use a similar mold. The colors, I usually only use 2 to 3 colors, but with any type of palette as I use, they end up getting pretty colorful within the mold. They
Right.
take several hours to make. Once they're out of the mold, I spend time carving and buffing the candle, and then they cure for a few days before they actually are ready. So
You carve them after you take them out of the mold, you mean?
I do.
Yeah, do some more shaping, in other words. Okay.
I do.
Yeah. And full disclosure here, I am one of Trish's customers. That I liked her work so much, I bought a candle, and I have to show you people what happens when you buy a candle. Here, I'll switch windows here so people can see me better. But so, you buy one of Trish's candles, and you don't realize you're getting much more than you thought you were getting. So first of all, she's called Ribbons and Wax. So here's how her standard package is presented. Now, before I even talk about this, the package that this was in was a standard, box from a company with the company's labels around it. And Trish took and papered over parts of the name of the company. I think it was like Harvest Fair or something like that. And so she pasted over fair and she put Harvest of Love. And then she pasted over the first word and put whatever it was. She makes the whole box is decorated, right? In fact, I can't even throw the box away. So then I couldn't even unwrap this for a week because it was so beautiful, but I finally did and took the ribbon off, and then wonderful box, and there's the display. It was like Christmas, right? I didn't even order gift wrapping, but there it came. So anyway, and then this is the candle that I got. It's a round candle, and
I thought you got Whimsy.
Oh, actually, I did. I got Whimsy. Yes. Actually, this is the one that we're using for the fair. Yeah. So I'm technically fibbing right now, Trish. That's what it's called, fibbing. Uh, it's not prevarication. It's imaginative use of truth. How's that? But so this is, and the reason I brought this candle up is because I'm going to light it for the show today. I'm going to have to wait because I have a lighter here, but I forgot scissors. And what you say is you're supposed to trim the wick before you light it, which I can. But you can see on every candle there's a name. This is Spotters, right? This candle there's no other candle like this in the world. Which, you go to your friend's house and you say, "Oh, I got that candle." No, you're not going to do that. And then, okay, that wasn't all. In the box were 6 wonderful little votive candles. So that if I was reluctant to start the big candle, because then once you start it, you can't start it again, right? I mean, you know what I mean. And we just, whoopsie, 6 delightful little votive candles. And these are heavy candles, too. These aren't your little grocery store votives. So really nice. And Trish, thank you, by the way. And I'm going to put this up in my writing and writing and doing room, my writing and drawing room, to give me inspiration and light it and meditate on my work. So, yeah. Yeah, I dare not like this now. I forgot to bring a pair of scissors down here, but we're going to do that fairly soon here. The next time I run a video, maybe I'll run upstairs and get some scissors. So anyway, so tell us more about what you also do. Ribbons and wax. What is the ribbons part?
Well, you showed one.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I try to wrap all of them with as many ribbons as possible. As you noted, the wicks are usually long, so I can hang the tag on them along with ribbon. So to me, the wick is just another form of the ribbon. But the bigger reason is, in my mind, that in ribbons, we're all ribboned together. As people, as energy, it's just all, we're tied together in some fashion. And to me, that's done by a ribbon. So I always try to use a ribbon that has some sort of rainbow across it or a color band across it, since we're not all the same, but all connected.
Yeah, yeah. And I hadn't noticed that about this, but it's a multicolored ribbon. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I remember we had talked before, and one of the things that I really was struck with was how when you sell somebody a candle, it's a very personal thing, and yeah, yeah. And in fact, that one story about a customer of yours that your intuition said, "I want to put some rosemary in his thing." And remind me again how that went.
Depends on which one it was.
Well, I think it was something about.
So there was a gentleman just this last week that was getting a candle that was being delivered. I haven't met the person, but my aunt was delivering this candle to them. Right before she was getting ready to go meet them, I grabbed a box. I have these little boxes, like you probably got in with yours, that have
Right.
little roots in them. And right before she left to deliver the candle, I grabbed one of the boxes, rosemary. And I said, "Why rosemary?" I said, "I don't know. I just think he's supposed to have rosemary." She arrived. She handed him the box, and he kind of looked at her funny and said, "Rosemary? I have been obsessing with rosemary for 2 days. I made rosemary potatoes. I went and bought fresh rosemary, and I was looking for some form of rosemary to light within the house, and was presented with it the next day." So that's
Yeah,
always fun.
yeah, 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 yeah. And it's almost like you have. It's a very personal thing. It's almost like intuition in terms of that person. You can, I don't know, call it sixth sense. We all have. I think, have that going on, but not all of us pay attention to it. Where you had a sense of what was needed there, and wow, that just blew me away. So very nice.
And when I did perpetual, I know that you and I had talked about, if you choose to light whimsy at whatever time, or even the little pieces in the box that came, if you get them back to me, once you've burned them,
Right.
what is left, uh,
Right.
I will take that, I will filter it down, and I will create another candle from that. And I will
Right.
continue to do that for you until there's nothing left. They're, they're perpetual. You just have to get
Per-
the wax back to me. I did this for someone who had actually had, I don't know how many candles they must have had of mine. I work with a very natural wax, it's palm wax. It's from a sustainable source. So to me, it's kind of a way of recycling. So instead of throwing away,
right.
they gather them into a Ziploc bag. And I got this bag and it was full of orange and cinnamon and flowers. And I mean, it just had everything. So I thought, I'm just going to make one giant one out of this. So I did. And I thought, boy, this isn't going to look very good. But it turned out pretty good. And when I got it back to them, they said, what's this? I said, this is actually all those scraps you'd saved. And they said, it made this. I said, yes. And so they named it Dumpster. And it, all dumped together. But now they don't want to burn it because they said it smells so good, which was so strange because it was such a combination of everything. So.
Right. Right. And it was now. This all was from one candle, or this was from their votives?
This was all the leftovers of the little votives they had burned.
Ah. Okay. Right. 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 Yeah.
But I do get remnants of large candles, when they get down that big, and I'll give it back to me, and I'll take it and I'll filter it out, and I'll make a whole new candle out of it and give it back to them.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that you would use the word perpetual. I think that's a good. Name for it. Yeah, the perpetual candle.
I guess it depends on how much burned and how much you get back and how
Yeah.
long it lasts. So.
Yeah, I mean that's just amazing to me that that you're willing and able to do that. I mean that's it's like a lifetime customer, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I'm making a group today for some people, and you talked about an intuition. I had a lady call last week, and she's giving some small candles to people in her office. She just told me the names of the people, so I'm trying to kind of go into whatever I come up with for that group.
Yeah, yeah. Channeling the names is like not even having met them.
I've done it before. We'll see how I do on this round.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you did it with the rosemary guy, I'd say pretty well. So anyway, that's sort of above and beyond the call of duty there. So if you don't mind, I was going to go over to your website and show people some of your stuff there. Let me see. I'll pull your website up and we can kind of take a look at some of your stuff. Let's see here. I wasn't quite. By the way, we haven't had any mistakes yet today, so I don't know. I did a little quick Facebook thing yesterday, and the computer completely froze up a minute into it, and it's like, I hope we got all the mistakes out now Friday, and we don't have to have any Saturday.
Your test run worked.
Say again?
I said your test run worked.
Oh yeah, I think so. All the mistakes that could be made, we made them. All right. Yeah. So this is your. Let me put this where. Yeah, there we can see it. Uh-oh. Nope. I got to do this again. See, there. That's our first mistake of the day. We're done now. That's it. No more. There we go. Now I know what I'm doing here. Yeah. So. This is your Etsy page, and people can buy stuff right here. And you've got a whole variety of things. I really like the imaginative shapes that you have. You have some molds that you got, but you also made custom molds, right, for some of these?
I'm working on a couple of projects. One of them is today. I have a customer who requested that I make a very, very large diamond candle for their meditation room, and I don't have a mold that makes a giant diamond, so I'm taking my pyramid. I think you've got one of them there, and I'm actually going to sandwich it together because they want to build their own suspended holder for it. So I'm taking two pyramids and putting them together, top, bottom to bottom, to make this diamond. Working on
Oh,
that
okay.
today.
Similar to the one here that we're looking at, escape
Right. If you
hatch. It's
take
called
that,
escape hatch.
right. If you take that shape, I don't know if you can
Right.
a person coming out of the side of that. That's like,
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can here make the. I don't know how to make this bigger, but yeah, you can see there's a little, like a guy sort of trying to get out. It's like that scene in Dune with the suit that
Yes.
had all these. Let me out of here! Let me out of here! I love it. Yeah, escape hatch. It looks like the shuttle. The shuttle that comes back, parachutes back down to Earth. Yeah, and you've got a couple of these shapes. Yeah, yeah, it's really imaginative, and I just love your colors. It's just, how do you? Yeah, the colors are just beautiful. How do you get them? How do you decide what colors to use? I guess is the question.
It's funny. I've actually put color in the pot that I thought was yellow and saw it as yellow, and then when I put it into the candle and I take the candle out, it's come out blue. Makes me
Wow,
wonder what's going on.
wow, wow.
But color never looks the same hot when you're making a color as it does once it's cooled. They're very
Okay,
uh,
right.
so, and a lot has to do with the temperature in which you pour. So you may think
Mm-hmm.
you're getting a brilliant orange when you're pouring.
Right.
And I've heard some of your other artists discuss like being in the kiln. Kind of the same thing. You don't know how something's going to react with
Like
temperature.
right,
So,
like pottery.
mhm.
And very similar reasons too. You're not as hot at temperature, but things react differently and look differently at different
If you have a
temperatures. And
cold mold, for instance, and you pour, it reacts one way versus if that mold being used over and over through the day and kind of maintains its heat and has
right,
to react
right,
to colors. Um,
right.
but like I said, I may only use one or two colors, sometimes three to create a candle, yet what happens within the mold and
Mm-hmm.
how you're kind of painting within it is what creates so many colors.
Ah, yeah, yeah. And then you put a fragrance in them too. And you talked about all natural ingredients. So what?
Right.
How do you do? What kind of fragrances do you
They're clean
put in?
scents. I wish I could say I use essential oils, but you can't because of the flash point of the oil. But
Ah,
I order from companies that do what are called clean scents. So they're very little chemical in the middle, and the wicking doesn't create that black smoke that you sometimes see with candles.
hmm,
A lot of that's created from paraffin wax, which is just petroleum. So the waxes I use are soy and palm, and then the wicking is cotton or hemp, and the scents are natural scents. I avoid any type of perfume smells. I work mostly with the natural scents: rosemary, basil, a lot of different fruits, tomato leaves, uh, freesia, and jasmine, things like that.
and so these are actual essences of those plants, basically.
Right.
Right.
I'm not in a lot of candles. You may see there maybe something like a pumpkin crunch apple or something. Um, I could create that similarly just by using the apple, maybe the pumpkin and clove and nutmeg and cinnamon without having to get something that's been blended. I like blending my own.
Right.
Like they create basil and blueberry together you wouldn't expect, but so
Yeah.
lovely. And that type of you just those types of smells. So
Yeah.
more
Is
natural.
And it's like mixing your colors, and I'll bet the same thing happens where you can't predict the result, but then sometimes, wow, what a smell, what an aroma. Yeah.
I haven't. I'm not a fan of lavender, but I know a lot of people like lavender. So when I'm making a candle of lavender, it's not my thing.
Right.
So I have to think about someone else burning it and appreciating it versus me making it. So, but at least I'm cognizant. I hope of at least trying to blend certain smells together.
Hmm.
So, like
Yeah.
you wouldn't expect rose and cinnamon to do well, but they do. They create a gorgeous smell.
Huh. Rose and cinnamon. Okay, I'm putting those through my nose here, kind of. Yeah, that is. You wouldn't think so, because cinnamon is so pungent and sharp, and rose is more just sweet aroma.
You get a little
So it's like
spice.
it's like
So-
vinegar and oil, right? Sugar
Yeah.
and spice.
They really end up coming across nice to each other.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, the aromas are really nice. I have to admit, that's one of the things. I opened up your package, and it sat there opened in my shop, and pretty soon the whole shop smelled like wonderful candle, wonderful aroma. So I
And
can't
when
wait
you-
to light them.
When you
I'm
do
sorry?
it with your scissors, make sure you're going to trim that wick to about a 1/4 inch.
Right?
And you want to ideally burn a candle for the number of hours as the diameter of where the wick is. So if
Right.
that's a 3-inch diameter of spotters, I think you're going to burn. You want to burn.
This, let's see, my cabinet maker's eye says that is 3 inches.
Okay. So you'll want to burn for 3 hours, ideally, and then let it cool. And then you burn it again. I think that's a pillar, so you'd do the same diameter, but on a
Right.
candle, maybe it is.
Right.
You want to burn for the number of hours and let it cool.
Right, right. And is that, in other words, each time you do that, not just when you do it first, but each time that you do that, you're doing that 3 hour or 3 hour. You can burn it less than 3 hour, right?
Oh,
If you're-
absolutely. But that's ideal
Right.
to keep the longevity of the candle. So, for instance, like on those pyramids you saw,
right,
so it's about 1 inch diameter at the top. So you burn it for an hour and let it rest. You want to burn it the next day, and it's burned down 1 inch, and now you're at about a 2 inch. So you do it for 2 hours.
gotcha. Right. Yeah, because those are tapered, so you have different diameters, and it prevents what because I know I've loved candles for a long time. Back in the '70s, every hippie had a candle shop, right? And you'd get a candle, and you'd take it home, and within about a day or so, all kinds of bad things would happen. There'd be a pool of wax, and then it would break through the side, and the wax would all spill out, and it looked really good, but you couldn't use the doggone thing.
Well, a good recommendation for these, a lot of people who actually buy these don't like to burn them. But if they choose to, I have a recommendation. If they would burn it so that it gets enough that you can fit a votive or a tea light inside of the actual cavity for your instrument, and get a tea light or a votive and put it inside. These candles actually start to glow. So I need to add a few more photos actually to the Etsy to show this. But once that candle is about down this far, about 1/3 to half, and you put a tea light or a votive inside, you can see all the different colored layers showing up. It illuminates beautifully.
And you're not using up the main candle; you're just using
Right.
that little votive, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now you wouldn't put one of your votives in there. Your votives are too special. You have to get. This is where you use the store-bought votive, I guess, right?
Well, I've been voted for that.
Well, it's been wonderful talking to you, and Trish Campbell. And if you, doggone it, this is my second mistake here. I'm finally putting the right. There we go. Now you're Trish. Before you were David. Now you're Trish.
I don't mind being
Go-
Dave. David's pretty cool.
Yeah, we could do that. Like who was that? Lily Tomlin and Steve Martin, right? We could do that. So go down below there if you're on the website anyway. Go down. Actually, on Facebook too. I've got her website, her Etsy page, and go to her Etsy page. You can look through her stuff. You can talk to her, chat with her on Etsy. And also you can email, and you could even phone her up. She'll be waiting. Operators are standing by. All right. Well, thank you, Trish. We'll
Thanks,
talk to you a little later in the afternoon.
Absolutely.
All right. Take
Bye.
care. Bye-bye. Well, let's see. We were scheduled to have somebody here, and it's almost time. And so I'm going to bring him on in a minute, but we talk a little bit about myself here. And what's that? You're on a date with somebody, some guy, you're a woman and you're on a date with some guy, and he, after talking for an hour about himself, he says, "All right, enough about me. what do you think about me? So anyway, what do you guys think about me? But I did want to share. I mentioned to you about the calendar that I have on sale, but I also have two books of poetry. One of them here. I'm going to do a poem for one of these. Let's see here what I'm going to do. Let's do. What have I got going here? I'm going to do a quick poem for you guys. This is off my first book of poetry, Gathering the Self. And just to say, poetry, it can be about any subject, but one of the things I like it for is that it's a way to probe the dark side that I think we all have, the shadow, the parts of ourselves that we don't want to know about. And if we don't examine those and befriend that part of ourselves and acknowledge that we have all kinds of impulses and things inside of us, in public life now we're seeing exactly what happens when people don't acknowledge that dark side of themselves. So that's one of the things that I use poetry for, is self-examination. The Gathering the Self book is sort of my first book, and that was one of the reasons, because it was about kind of finding out more about David Bayard. So anyway, poetry can be that sort of self-examination, I guess you would call it. Let's see here. I'm going to bear with me here. I'm going to get one of the video up here and show you a video of that. Heck with it. I'll just read it. We'll do a video later. We're going to do, this is the real thing here. This is David reading his poem. This is called Runes. The ancient stones portray their runes upon the gentle sand, and gather in tall tales of ships and sailors as they wash up on the tide and present themselves to land. On their weathered faces grows a wisdom which is whispered on the ceaseless wind. We could do more, they say, but all that can be pulled away is at the bottom of the sea. Think not, thou brief ephemeral skins, that they are lost, for nothing that exists is without our memory. Sing and dance upon the deck, and challenge just this once supremacy. For all is hope and all is pain, mixing endlessly in rhythms great and small. The cold blue sea will seize you in its warm embrace, but you cannot be lost, no matter how storm-tossed. And the end is the beginning, for you never really left, but still are gathered up within our sleeve. Your trials have a purpose far beyond the ones you give them, visible to those who will allow a mystery. We've watched you and we've loved you, and you've given back, you see, for your trick of sowing love within each other. Your trick of sowing love within each other shall be gift enough for thee. There's no need to thank us or to praise us. Just to be. Just to be. So that's off my first book of poetry, Gathering the Self. I got two books there, and if you're on the website here, just go right upstairs there to the top under Writing, and you'll find my two books. Let's see, now we have two artists here. Let's see, we had the schedule here. I had somebody, I think, Beth, I think you were scheduled at 11:30. Let's see here. And then we have Pat Pribble, who's scheduled for right now. But let's see if we can squeeze them both in a little bit here. Sorry, Beth, if it miscommunication there, if we got the wrong schedule. But let's see here. I'm going to bring Pat Pribble on. Pat, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, we're doubled up on artists here, so I shouldn't have been spending. Well, they say you're not doing a good show if you haven't made mistakes. So, yeah.
I've heard that.
So we made a few already. So we're going good here. We're going good. Yeah. Well, so Pat Pribble Paints is the name of your company, and you do some wonderful landscapes of cities, and I also see you do a whole bunch of other variety of other painting too. So, yeah, tell us about what your work and what you do.
Yeah, I've been focusing primarily on cityscapes. I do a whole bunch of Kansas City, and really any other city. I'm in the process of working on Chicago and LA, and I've done New York. I also have done fictional cities if it's more of a color scheme or an emotion, a vibe people are trying to portray. And then behind me, I have 6 of a 7-panel pour that I did. Actually, it was a commissioned birthday present that I just finished up. And I figured in terms of thematics with this show that it would fit right in.
Yeah. Season of Light. Yeah, and you got all the colors there.
Yes,
and so
I
that's
do.
it's a what would you call it? Not a triptych, a septic, or a
Yes, it's a
yeah.
It's a septic technically.
Right.
At a point, I think you start just calling it a polytic. I just call it a day.
Like the Indians, just 1, 2, 3, many, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, the goal was to just capture all of the not only capture but feature all of the colors of the rainbow in one pour, and I'm pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, and you said pour. Now I don't know. You're not painting it. Tell me the technique you're using on that.
So it's a paint pour. So it's sort of a combination of techniques. So acrylic paint pour. This is for all intents and purposes a Dutch pour, which means as I pour it, so I've covered the paint with its base with the white. After I have all my colors down in a line, I will take a hair dryer or in larger pours, even a leaf blower, and I will put a little more white in there, cover it with the white, and then blow that out so you get all of the colors in between. It's sort of like a Dutch oven of sorts in terms of painting. So I have a bunch of different pours on my website right now. Everything from itty bitty guys. Actually, if that's something that anyone's interested in, I have hundreds of those. But I have a few 3x4 foot pours, and yeah. And in terms of this weekend, I know the show's today, but throughout the weekend, I am doing 20% off on my commissions. So I have some set prices. If you're interested, feel free to reach out to get those lists, both of cityscapes and of paint pours. And I'm doing 20% off my normal rate throughout the weekend.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
And the fact that you do commissions, I think, is wonderful. In fact, you talked about doing like fantasy cities. I'm going to have to come up with some sci-fi thing that.
Well,
yeah.
and it's interesting. We actually talked about for one of our last shows the tie-in with the Wizard of Oz and Kansas City skyline. And it's interesting because I actually painted 3 different Kansas City skylines. They're on my website, and did them as the Emerald City, as just a series of 3. And I think after, 48 hours after the show, those were off the shelf.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm happy to integrate that kind of thing, integrate fantasy into the very real. I did a combination paint pour sort of cityscape building because a friend of mine loves the Dark Tower series, and
Right.
so I did one of those. Yeah, love commissions so much because I don't. I personally like to fit whatever you are looking for in your home, office, wherever you would be placing a piece of art to fit you personally. I think that's something I found very important in my own work is tying it with whoever I'm selling.
Right. Yeah, and that's one of the nice things about having commission or doing actually any art, you know, that you find something that speaks directly to you, not just art off the shelf that you might have done, but something that's made specifically for somebody. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's see, we can pull your website up here if you like.
That'd be
'Cause
awesome.
I had seen a couple of things that you did with the cityscape, and then I went to your website, and it's like you've been holding out on me, Patrick. That there's
Yeah.
you have really variety of stuff there that
I'm
just blew me away.
I really have been enjoying cityscapes, and I've been focusing on that primarily. But I have a whole quarantine series. This guy right here actually is part of that, about just the process of what it was like to be initially isolated and not know anything about what was going on. Yeah, I have here. I have an incomplete one. I have a lot of people who have fallen in love with a piece I did on the cartoon BoJack Horseman, and so here's the beginnings of one of those. And especially because it's a character who's very introspective in terms of his self-loathing and all of that, and so that's actually a molding medium, oil, and it's on a wooden panel.
Yeah.
So I'm
And that-
really across the board in terms of medium.
Yeah. And you said something that really intrigued me there. I don't know. BoJack Horseman, that's a film or a book?
It's
or-
a cartoon.
Yeah,
and
a series, a
adults,
cartoon series.
Yeah.
Right.
With Will Arnett voicing the title character.
Yeah, and when you said the self-loathing, that struck a nerve with me because that's one of the things that I use my art to heal. I think we all have a little bit of that, but maybe artists are better at self-loathing. I don't know, but or
Well, and
but,
I have a sort of kinship to the character. So he has a huge drinking problem, and well before I saw the show, he and I were actually both in treatment for alcoholism at the same time, which to me spoke volumes. So I love doing that, and I love again customizing those. I have one BoJack friend of mine. Loves a particular scene where he's giving a eulogy, and so the interior of BoJack is all an exact replica of that scene. And so
Right.
really you can see my website has everything that's currently up and I'm selling. My Instagram will be more accurate in terms of my whole body of work, and
Right.
it's at Pat Pribble Paints.
yeah, and
but yeah.
I'll pull it up here too so people can see there. Yeah, this is patrickpribble.com. And by the way, the link is below there if you're on the website or on Facebook here watching the show. His link is down there, his Facebook. But see what I mean, Patrick? This is like, whoa, what a variety of stuff here.
Oh yeah,
And I like the names. Yeah. I'm
it's all
sorry,
over.
go ahead.
No, it's just
Yeah.
it's all over. I sort of my education with art has been very impulsive in terms of what I'm learning and how much I'm learning. So because once I find a style, a medium that I really love, I just sort of get tunnel vision with that for a few months, and so I'm really all over the place.
Yeah. I like some of the titles of these too. Really kind of speak to me. I love this one. I may have to pick this one up. Do or do not yoga. There is no try. Yeah, this is really wonderful work, Patrick.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, well, we're going to come back to you later in the day, but
Perfect.
go check out Patrick's website. You can call him on the phone if you want, email or whatever, and get in touch with him. And Sarah Bezick writes, "What a work in progress! Oh, cool!" So, hey, Sarah, go say hey to Patrick and find out what he can do on your behalf. There, this is wonderful stuff.
Thank
Well,
you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Of
yeah,
course.
yeah. Well, thanks for being part of the show here, Patrick.
Have a good one.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Bye
Sounds
bye.
good.
Yeah. All right, now I'm gonna. Beth, how are you doing?
Fine.
Well, I'm good to see you. Now, I have to say, working a show is not an easy thing. So Beth has been. I had two different links that I gave out. One was a practice link, and one was the real link, and I got confused myself. So don't feel bad. But anyway, we'll chat with you for a minute here. Yeah, good to see you again.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have you do painting and cards, and yeah, tell us kind of what your artwork involves.
Okay. Well, my art for a very long time has been focused on painting. I have done a little bit of ceramics, but that was a new medium for me that I'm actually curious to explore some more. But most of what you'll see is painting. And I have taken my paintings and done different things with them. Many years ago, I created an oracle card deck with my artwork. It has the images on the front and like affirmational prayers on the back. So, it embraces all religions or spiritualities. They're meant to be more spiritual prayers, more like
Right.
a affirmation. Yeah. So,
Very nice. Yeah. When you said oracle card, is that I'm not. It's like similar to a tarot, or in other words, you would almost like pull a tarot card and see what the day is going to be and what yeah.
yeah. So you can
Interesting.
pull one, or you can do a layout. For what you want to do is just create a structure of what your intention is. So you can
Right.
do past, present, future. You can just decide to pull 3 or 4 cards around a certain situation or issue. So yeah, as long as you set the intention, then
Right.
you can read them in different ways.
Well, I was going to pull up your some of your paintings here. Let's see. Trying to think the easiest way to do that. I have them. I wasn't quite. Let me find out here. I'm going to see if I can find your. Yeah, here we go. I think this is going to. Yep. All right. I'm with it here. This is Mr. Techno. I'm the IT guy.
Yeah.
No, I should say, oh, excuse me. My name is David. I'm your tech support guy. You say, David, your name's not David. It's Rashid. I know this better. It's okay.
Oh.
India does a good job with us in terms of their tech support. So there you go. Let's see if I can bring this up so that, there we go. So then it's easy to see. Yeah. So I'm going to pull up some of your items here. And your artwork is just wonderful. One of the things that we talked in one of the previous shows, and one of the things that I really like is that almost every piece of artwork that you do involves heart in some way or another, and sometimes it's subtle, and sometimes it's like this one on the right here. It's really pronounced. And our whole thing for today is season of light, right? This feels to me like finding the light in the darkness, a lot of what you do. This is one of my favorites here. These two, I guess, are almost like a trip, a pair.
Right.
But how you have, let's see if I can pull this up to be, yep, there we go, a little better picture of it. Um,
Well, I
yeah,
find
it's
that
just
that
beautiful.
place in our being is very centering. And, there's the whole heart math work also, just about when we connect with our heart, it can shift our nervous system into a healthier state. Um,
Right,
so it can be, I think I've just always felt the importance of that place and how it centers and balances and connects us, in a way internally that benefits
right.
everything.
Yeah, and you also do body work too, physical body work, massage and healing, therapy and healing and so forth.
Hmm.
So this is really this is this is how much you could say this is your visual body work, in a way that this does hit me. Hits me in the body as much as it does anything. Yeah,
I
really
love that.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah. That was always what I really like, my dream, that my paintings would help somebody, feel something within themselves. So instead of just,
Hmm.
looking at it externally, that it would be like ignite it, feeling it within them, their
Right.
energy. And
Right.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. 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 This is really wonderful stuff. And and your website is down below there if people want to go down and take a look. I'm going to whoops here, put you on white. There we go. To take a look, and I see you got some of your paintings behind you as well. I love that one with the eagle, with the spread arms there to your
This
right, to
way.
my left. Yeah,
This
there you go.
way.
I know things are backwards on the screen. I know. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I really like that. And
It's kind of
um,
it's called Phoenix butterfly. Hmm.
ah,
So it could be
yeah,
all kinds of things. I like that you
right,
see an eagle in
right.
there. That's very cool.
Well, yeah, when you say Phoenix, that makes sense too. But from a distance, of course, being American, everything's eagle, right? No, no, let's not even go there. Let's not even go there.
I
Uh,
see. Yeah.
but yeah, I like the Phoenix rising again from the ashes. Yeah. Well, very nice. Well, I'm sorry for our confusion in terms of time there.
Yeah, I
But you'll be,
apologize. It was
no, that's okay. We'll have you back later on, and we can spend some more time with you.
okay,
And
great.
I'm going to pull up some of your other. I've got a way to display your other stuff there that I just hadn't gotten ready yet. But so Beth Budersheim. Um, let's see. I have to do this with everybody. I have to do this. Now you're Beth again.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
I don't know if
All the
I've
little
gotten.
things.
Yeah, I know that's the little things. That's right. The detail. We got the big part though. We got the heart. That's what all that matters.
Mhm.
Anyway.
Well, I
All
appreciate you
right.
putting me in, and we'll see
Oh
you
yeah, yeah.
in a
No,
little bit.
like I say, we're going to make more mistakes. Don't worry.
That makes
Or
it
I didn't.
interesting.
Yeah, well, and you can think they're not mistakes; they're opportunities, right? Anyway, so yeah, good to have you, and so we'll see you later. Let's see, Beth you're going to be back at 1:35. I don't know if the schedule from 1 o'clock to 3 is going to hold that well, but I think some of
Okay.
it will. But we'll see you about 1:35, and
1:35 Central
yeah,
Time.
Central Time. Yes, yeah,
Okay.
because you're not in Kansas City here; you're in Southwest there,
Hmm.
right? Yeah. You have better weather than we're having today, I'm sure. Yeah,
Yeah, that's beautiful today.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, send
Yeah.
some of it over here. Just
We'll trade a little.
there you go. Right, right, right. All right, Beth. We'll see you soon.
Okay, thank
Thank you. All
you.
right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye bye. All right. Well, we're getting a little behind schedule here. I'm going to take a quick break, and while I'm taking my break here, I'll run a quick video of David and talk about myself. I just love to talk about myself. I could do it. No, I love work. I could do it for hours. Let's see here. So I'm going to share a little video of myself here, and this is about my poetry. This is what it's like being a poet, being David Baird as a poet, and so this might give you some idea of what my day looks like. And poems are all about feelings, so if you're going to do poetry, you got to have them. As you folks know, it's not easy. So anyway, here we go. I'm going to put myself up here so I'm David now. And I'm going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back in just a minute. So I've taken 3 typical days in my life and condensed them into 3 minutes. So take a look-see here to this video and kind of get an idea about what it's like being a poet. Maybe you want to try it. Anyway. On their gentle faces grows a wisdom that is whispered on the ceaseless wind. How beautiful you are to me. You shine like the sun. Would you like to hear a poem about? I got a poem about it. I understand, I think, though I sure don't like it. But then I am not me. Oh, ma'am. Oh, you are a poem. I don't need to write a poem about you. You are a poem. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Tearing at our hearts with an innocence, a longing.
I'm gonna live life lusty. I'm gonna live life bold. Not gonna let my ship get rusty. Never gonna let my heart grow
Damn it. Cheese and crackers got all muddy. Arrgh! Universal, 2 bodies in the water. Thank you. And then when a young maiden outcrop, and from her a melody. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah. Snot running down his nose. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate all that you do for me. Woo! Yeehaw! So that's my life in a nutshell. Fun, huh? You want to try it yourself? I think you'll enjoy it. If you want to see more of my work, go to skyboyphotos.com. Check out my calendars, my 3 books of poetry, 4th one coming out soon, and my photography. I hope to see you there. Take care. Okay, well, that might give you a little idea about what my life is like, typical life. Anyway, I'm going to mention a couple of things. We've got a contest going on today, and everybody who enters is going to win. That's the kind of contest we run here. If you go down the page on the website, there's a link there that has an email to db@skyboyphotos. And if you email that link, you'll be registered to win a prize, one of several prizes that our artists are giving away. and you're guaranteed to win. So go ahead and enter anyway. And also, we're trying to find a name for what a group of artists would be. Now, like birds come in a covey, or a group, or a flock, or something like that. So what are we going to call a group of artists? We're trying to get ideas on that. So send us your idea if you can think of something. We've got a couple of ideas already here. We're going to, pick a winner, and this is what we're going to be. Instead of a group, we're going to be a fill in the blank. So anyway, I'm going to talk to Paula Winchester. Hi, Paula.
Hello.
Sorry for the delay here.
I kind of
Yeah. Well, good to see you. And I love your little lights there.
Yes, I have to light them up here. Now I don't know with all the overhead lighting. Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
I love them.
Yes, you are a crazy girl.
Well, after seeing your 3-minute video, I'm don't hold a candle to you. So yeah.
Oh, it's all in a day. It's all in a typical day. Nah, not really. We did have fun with that, though. But now I think you live at least as interesting as a life, don't you? I mean, anyway. So I see. I'm sorry. The lights are just making it for me. They are making it. They are absolutely making it.
If you don't like that one, I can change it.
Oh no! I don't change a thing, sweetie. I love you just the way you are. I love you just the way you are.
They can do different things. See, on all the time, or often. This thing. I think they'll like this better.
It sort of reminds me, like when I was a kid, we'd have these little beanies with a helicopter on top.
Yeah.
It's that sort of a thing. It does just that to your personality, where,
Well, I had bought one of these, and last year holiday time, and my sister flew in from Atlanta, and we went to visit the last aunt on my one of my father's siblings, and I was wearing those just to cheer her up in the nursing home, and she just I put them on her head, and she really liked it, and then I thought, okay, I gotta leave those, so that she could wear it to the dining room and have some fun with the persons that were there. And so I immediately rushed back to the store where I bought it, hoping I would get another one, and I finally found them kind of over in the corner. So anyway, yeah. I did get it. Yeah.
Well, you just made my day, Paula.
All right, I'm glad.
So tell us about what I see behind you. All kinds of stuff there. So if you would just guide us through what all you make.
Well, in my website, you will find these different items, and in the back row, the higher up, are 4, and on hangers here we have 2 more. These are charmeuse silk scarves, 80 by 15 inches. They are, I had originally done over from 2009 to 2015. I had done 12 different designs, and they're made off of my pastel prints. Or my pastel artwork. And if it's something I really like, and then thought, well, maybe if I work with a design artist to get all the proportions right and everything, then we could turn it into a draw. We can turn it into. So this is a pastel, but this is a print. This is not the original. And that scarf is on that end, the last one there. I think my finger is on it now. And these are horseshoes. And I had gone horseback riding in a place in Tucson, Arizona, and it was kind of late afternoon. And when I got off the horse and walked around the corral, I saw this pile of beautifully colored aging horseshoes, and the sun was shining on them, and I was just really taken by the design, and went home and then drew it into an original, and then liked it so much I decided to do scarf, um, so that it would have the shades of blue, cream, and brown. Trying to keep different color palettes in my scarves so they're not all blue or all red designs. So they cover kind of a gamut of designs and colors.
Yeah.
So they're printed in India. It's Indian silk, charmeuse Indian silk. That's a very drapey, satiny, very heavy weighted silk. And they can go for very elegant to very casual wear, depending on where you put it on your body and how you do that.
Right. Right. Well, and the dazzling variety of other things you make too. Show us some of your other items there. You've got lunch boxes, right?
Well,
Special,
yeah,
yeah.
and I have to show across here. Now, if you can see the rest of me, I
Uh-huh.
can pull it up.
Yeah.
This is artwork that I do. I'm going to jump from the lunch boxes to, since I was showing off the dress, to the wrist warmers, and it came from. I did 24 pairs of wrist warmers and over the elbow style, and these are black cotton. I might also have white cotton, and then I do different techniques of printing leaves or foil, which is this look. And after I did all 24 pair of the gloves, I decided, okay, I'm going to tackle a dress, and hopefully it would work out all right. So that's the dress. So not that the dress is for sale, but
Ah,
but
we
here
just,
is a pair of white wrist warmers that I thought had an appropriate theme for this time of our lives here. And this one is called Needed Hug and Kiss. So you have the X and the O, needed hug and kiss. So that is that pair, and another one that's appropriate. These are all on my website. So this is called Weeping Hearts.
very nice.
So this has hand painted. It has Swarovski crystals. So this is a different style than you might see on the printed one with the leaves. So different styles. So I like to do a variety of things. Oh, and to go along, I finished this. This is, circular box. You see how deep it is, maybe 2 inches. And so again, this is the foiling technique that's on my dress and on the wrist warmers, and with the butterfly there in the middle. So sometimes I only have one thing because I had the box and decided, okay, I'm going to make it into an art piece. So,
Right,
you
right.
know, it's not like these are mass produced. Even the scarves, even though they're printed in India, the maximum number I did was 20. So, and they're all signed with a copyright signature on there, on the scarf. So it's wearable art. So
Right.
anyway, that's
Yeah.
some of the fun things I do. For the animals in your life, I guess the felines. I do. I've always done, probably for 30 years. I guess I've been in business since 1979. When I owned the Herb Gathering, which is still in existence and in many grocery stores selling fresh herbs. I also always had a line of catnip toys. So I had the Ho 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 fresh picked catnip toys for vegetarian cats. Ho ho. They are not vegetarians. Uh, I have Zippy Pepper, um, Baron Solmacher Strawberry, Bambino Eggplant, and Chantenay Carrot. Plus, for the tea lovers feline, I'm trying to see where. There we go. This
Yeah.
is like the catnip tea bag or catnip. So it's
Yeah.
not. You could go in your tea, I suppose you want because this is human grade catnip, so it's very potent. It's not just like the stuff they scrape off the floor. But I decided because I'm into tea and all of that, I had to have the tea lovers catnip toy.
Yeah, now that's for cats, but
Yes.
like you say, you could make tea out of it, and so if I did tea out of that, would I be like rolling around on the floor with all paws up in the air? And
Well, I don't think you need it.
all right then, all right, enough said. You got me on that one, Paula. You got me on that one.
Yeah, it does say, that on the tag that I have no idea how your cat is going to take to the catnip. Some sort of ignore it. Some just go bananas, like in your video there, and some drool on it. Some just attack it and tear them up. But so I never guarantee how long they're going to last, depending on the cat. And
Right.
but they are fun.
Well, in full disclosure, you have given. I've got some from you and tried them on our cats, and they were not as. Let's see. Do you have another tab open there, Paula, on your, or is it me? I don't know. It may be me. Hold on
No,
here. I'm hearing myself. I'm hearing myself back
I
here.
do have no. That's if I click on that. That shows me here. So
No, it may. Yeah.
and it's the email. Whoops, David, did I leave you? Okay, let me.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay.
There's that. Maybe that'll help.
I don't know if that's me or you though, Paula. I don't know. I just hear myself back.
Now,
But yeah.
I-
Anyway,
so
let's not worry about it. Let's just move on as if nothing was happening. How's that?
okay, so my newest little thing that I've done is I'm a reader. Now this is going to be kind of strange. I'm a reader for the Beatrix Potter Society out of London. That means that I have worked up a PowerPoint that I really was working towards taking them to senior community places like Kingswood Manor at 10,000 Warnell Road, and being a presenter of the tale of Beatrix Potter, and along with being a reader or a presenter of something, I also started doing, I call these 6x6s. Now there's going to be some reflection, I guess. But I bought a sticker book of Beatrix Potter stickers from the UK and decided that I would present them in little 6x6 little hanging frames. They're mounted on, this is a repurposed item. The background is actually a different kind of weaving of hemp. A friend of mine was moving out of her office, and I guess she had gotten a, what do you call it? One of these booklets where you look through all the different styles of fabrics in these colors, and then you choose them. And she had the
Samples, like samples. Yeah.
sample. And it was like, she gave it to me, and I was like, well, what am I going to do with those? And this is what I decided to do. And every piece of fabric, though it's made of hemp, is a different weave in the process. So I decided to put them into little sayings having to do with Beatrix Potter books. Like, here's Peter Rabbit. And it's like, where is the parsley, man? My stomach has had it with all this sweet stuff. And I also did postcards on my handmade paper that I put them on, and every single one in the packets is different from all the other packets. So that was a lot of fun to do. And all the lectures, of course, are on hold during COVID right now, but I do go to senior community living places where they hire people to do such interesting things.
Yeah, and all those that's also on your website, right? The
Yes.
yeah, the Beatrix Potter things and all of this. Yeah.
It's on
Um,
there, and but I know time-wise, we just keep going here. The other bits of artwork I do. This is going to be in cellophane, so hopefully they're not too glary. But all the pastels, not all, most pastels that I did that I really liked, I then would have a very limited number of prints made. So this is a brown pelican in breeding plumage, and I thought I really captured this bird with hard and very, very soft pastels that are like lipstick. And so there's the pastel prints, different sizes. And then there's the rizographs. A course I took at the Kansas City Art Institute. A risograph print is a very kind of bizarre printing process. It's kind of done for quick little posters. Is how it got started. And I did this one on the 5 tea growing regions of India, which I've been to all of them now. So I've taken 3 different trips to India and spent over 100 days there total together. So
yeah.
visiting tea places. So
You're quite a prolific artist, I have to say. So
well, most people would want you to settle down and do one thing, but I don't feel like at this age that's what I want to do. I really, I just want to be all over the place. I want to do all kinds of strange things. Let me see, can this show up? That work for you? Do you see that?
yeah.
Let me bring it up real close so you can see the intensity of the detail.
Right. And
This
is that a print? That's a
No, this is an original that's just the not frame, and it's on my website for 101 cents. That's so that way you get free shipping. But this crazy style came from, I took an online course from an Indian lady who it's the GOND tribal art style that they would do over there, and so I kind of took off on the designs that they suggested, and this was actually, if you can see, it's a baobab tree with an elephant inside going in. His tail is hanging out.
yeah.
And I actually saw a real live photo with just this kind of thing with the elephant with his head stuck inside the baobab. So I decided to add a giraffe, and the fruit that looks kind of like peanuts hanging down in yellow, that's what they look like over there. And a baobab is home to lots of other kinds of creatures who can use these trees. And of course, they tell us that these trees look like the devil had pulled them up and stuck them upside down. And this is
Yeah.
But this is called the elephant and giraffe in the baobab tree. So this is an original.
Okay.
All right.
Well, you can Paula Winchester. Her website is right below there. we're still on schedule here pretty much, but we're gonna talk to you later, Paula.
Okay.
I think you're back on sometime after 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 2:25.
2:25. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be a while then.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for running us past your stuff there, and I'm with you. I don't think we're gonna do one thing forever. I mean, this is
No.
good.
We
Yeah,
gotta keep moving and
that's it.
experimenting and
That's
having
it.
fun. And hopefully we will find people that enjoy our stuff as well.
That's right. They're out there.
All right.
That's what we're doing, reaching. Okay. See you, Paula. Take care. Okay, I'm going to take another really quick break here. Well, no, I'm not going to take a break. No, I'm just going to keep on going here. We're going to take a break a little later here. See, what really, if I'm going to do this thing, I should have an assistant, right? And I do. I do have an assistant, actually, that's been helping me through the show here. It's my cousin Bruce, and we're going to talk to him later because he's also an artist and he's also in the show. But when I see these things done, you know, it's always, they'll say, okay, is the video ready? And then somebody else is running the video and somebody else is running all this stuff. So anyway, I'm going to go grab coffee, but we're not going to do that yet. We're going to talk to Rochelle Fields. And now I want the public, those of you who are watching here, I want you to be ready because this is not going to be what you expect. I'm going to talk to Rochelle Wissoff Fields, artist and author. And you think I'm odd? Oh no, wait, just wait. Rochelle, are you there? No, stop. Just stop it.
There.
Cut it out.
If Paula can wear lights, I can do this.
Well, I'm just embarrassed because I don't have my Groucho Marx mask, but I'm going to get it later.
Okay.
And I'm going to have Uncle Professor Hoffenpfeffer is going to come and interview you later. Is it a deal?
Deal.
Wait, I'm going to try to do your mask. Make my nose.
But since I'm here by myself, I think I'm okay. I'm pretty socially distanced.
I love it. Here, I'll do like when I go to the grocery store and forget my mask. I just walk in like this.
Yeah.
Do you have any masks here?
We've
Wait,
done
no, this is a stick up. Well, good to see you, Rochelle. And we're right on schedule, 20 hours late. That's it, you know?
Like
What are
I
you going to
said,
do?
Semper
What are you
Gummi.
going to do? Yeah. Are we having fun yet, though? I think so.
Absolutely.
I think we are. All right. So you're an artist and an author.
I
am. Tell me more about yourself. Not that I don't already know you pretty well, but for those who are tuning in here, yeah.
What more do you want to know? I mean, the artist part, the author part.
Well, you sort of combine both. You're like me. I have my poetry, I have my photography, and what's really fun is mix and match. You know, you've got several books, which include your writing and your artwork. So,
Right.
Tell us about your books.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Well,
hate
and while
to turn
she's-
my back to the camera, but it's
No, that's okay.
Okay. These are my novels,
Right.
and it is a trilogy about a young Jewish woman at the turn of the 20th century who escapes the pogroms, which were the massacres against the Jews prior to the Holocaust. Some have called this the warm-up to the Holocaust. So in the first book, she escapes from her burning village and is taken in by another family. Whoops. Second book takes her to her new home in Kansas City because that's where my Jewish grandparents on my mother's side came to. And the third book, As One Must, One Can, and yes, this is right side up.
Yes, I love that photo, by the way, or that painting. Yes.
It's
Yes,
one of my
yes.
favorites. It's
Yeah.
definitely my favorite cover. That she
Yeah.
is playing the piano. It's an aerial view, and Chopin's Nocturne in C sharp minor is almost a character in all three of the books.
Ah, really?
So
Okay.
as I was coming to the end of writing the trilogy, my publisher asked me the magical question because I was putting character uh, character studies up on my blog to kind of garner interest in the books. And he said, would you like to maybe do a hardcover coffee table companion book to the novels? And I said, let me think about it a minute. Yes. So this is kind of the dream book. It has short stories that are based on the books. Some are in the books, some are not in the books. So I explored my characters a little more, and there are that's a card. There are these are some of the characters in the book. I didn't want someone to read this book and say, oh, I don't need to read the novels because now I've read this one. This is more of
Right.
a teaser.
Right.
And
Right.
I've had some say that they thought people should read this book first to get people interested, and others have said no, it's sort of like dessert.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and you have paintings in that book.
Yes.
You have some that were in the other books and the covers, but you also have some that you did especially for that book too, right?
Right. Most of these I did especially for the book.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I love that one.
Yeah, he's really not a nice person, but
Ah.
that's Fievel Resnick, and he is not a very good husband or father.
Ah. And so clarify, it's fictional, but at the same time you're drawing on some personal history with your own family who went through some of the same things that you're describing in the books, right?
Right. Although I
Right.
never got to hear their personal stories, I just knew from my mother that her dad came from a part of Poland that, was always under siege if you were Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
I do work actual historical people in. This is a portrait of Pavel Krushevin, who was instrumental in starting the pogroms in Eastern Europe with the lies that he printed.
So in what capacity was he an official there, or what do you mean, a writer, or?
He was a writer, journalist, editor, publisher, and an official in Imperial Russia. And he perpetrated such lies as saying that Jews killed Christian children and used their blood in the making of their matzah. I'm here to tell you that there's nothing in matzah other than flour and water.
Right. And there's no red color in matzah, but
No.
But so yeah, and the power of the pen is mightier than the sword, and in this case, he used it as a weapon. Wow.
Yeah, he did, and people believed him, and
Right,
that's the sad thing.
Well, and sad tale for our times too. Let's not get into politics, shall we?
No,
But
we
But
shan't.
at the same time, what you're describing and in fiction there, that actually happened, and like I was saying earlier, we have to acknowledge the dark side of all of us, and you're doing good work with that. So
those who forget history are doomed to repeat it.
Yep.
And sadly, we are seeing a lot of that.
Yeah.
I have to talk about this one, getting onto a happier subject.
Yes.
This gentleman is Lafayette Alonzo Tillman. He was the second African American officer on the Kansas City Police Force.
Oh, right. Yeah. I think remember you telling me about it.
Yeah,
Right,
and I just thought when I read this and I was writing the second book, I thought, why not work him in?
Right.
And
right,
which
right.
I did. And he is called in the middle of the night because my characters have been reported for disturbing the peace, when it's really a bad case of PTSD. The main character has a lot of nightmares, and her next door neighbor hears this. Well, this officer shows up, and Hava has never seen a black person before. And so she's quite enthralled. And he was quite an extraordinary person. He was a Renaissance man. He sang, he was a barber, he opened restaurants, he fought in the Spanish-American War. Fascinating individual. So
wow.
I hope I did him justice.
Yeah, and so he's a real person, but you wove him into the fictional story of the people coming, the girls coming over from the pogrom. Yeah, really nicely done, nicely done.
And one of my favorite stories was when I was in a writing group, and you know, we would have our work read, and then everyone would kind of critique it, you know, like a chapter out of it. And they read, I think it was probably Deb that read my chapter. And I had told one of the writers in the group, who was African American, and I told her about this, and I said, I give it 5 minutes before somebody jumps on me and tells me this is not possible. I hadn't painted him yet, I just had a photograph. And somebody did say within 5 minutes, I don't want to rain on your parade, but what year was this? And I said, 1904. And she said, well, I just don't think it would be plausible to have a black officer on the police force. I said, Lafayette Tillman, would you like to see his picture?
Yeah, no. Yeah, well, editors, you know, what is that they say? Those who can, you know, those who can write, and those who can't become editors or something like that. Yeah.
Well, this was another writer in a critique group, but
okay, yeah.
It did give me great pleasure.
Well, I have to admit, full disclosure here, that your book is on my list of purchases to come up here, and it's on your website. Your website is down below there. And in fact, the thing that pulls up on your website that you have on the link that's on our page here actually comes up with your custom painting, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But there is a tab on the side and up at the top that says autographed copies or autographed books from the author.
Right.
Just click on that tab and that will take you to my books. Yeah.
And so you do painting as well, by itself, and not just in books.
Yes.
But and we're going to talk more about that later. We're not really behind on time here, but yes, we are behind on time. Well, one of our artists, Lindana Stamitz, Native Lightning, called in, or emailed me this morning and said she wasn't feeling well.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So I'm gonna do her bit for her at some point here.
Well, if you're watching, I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, we're all gonna have to, you know, chip in and give her some moral support here and stuff like that.
Right.
But I'm gonna make sure that she's her stuff is shown and people know about her too, because she does some incredible work. I mean, you met her obviously the last couple shows. But and she's got some new things that I haven't seen before either. So, you know, all of us artists, we're just working all the time, aren't we? You know.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
What else have we got to do?
That's right. That's another benefit of, you know, what's going on now, right?
Well, I told you how many. Well, a couple of weeks ago, I just sat down and counted how many paintings I have done since February, and I mean, I kind of stepped it up when we were in lockdown. I'm up to, I think I have the 40th painting on the easel, which is a commission, which I'm thrilled about.
Yeah. And well, we're going to talk more about your commissions later, but you are really good, I think, at capturing the likenesses of people, which is not an easy task. I know I couldn't do it. I do some drawing, but I just do drawings of flowers and, you know, stuff like that. But
flowers have their challenges.
I don't know. I'm going to go with I don't know. You're better than me.
Thank you.
You have bested my giant. You must be exceptionally strong. Anyway, sorry.
I don't do woodwork.
Okay, all right then. All right then. We're even. We're even.
There you go.
All right, Rochelle Wissoff Fields, and her website is right down below there. Go and you can see everything she does, except for being on shows like this and putting on her funny mask. But I'm gonna have the professor come back later. All right.
I'll be
Get
ready for him.
All right. All right, Rochelle. See you in a bit.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, I was going to talk about taking a break a little while ago. I'm going to take a quick break here, and let's see here. What are we doing here? I'm going to play a video that I had been wanting to play here. Oh, this is whoopsie. I have done. This is off my first book here, and. It's a poem that I wrote actually after my beloved Aunt Shirley passed away a little while back. And I wrote this poem, I'm sorry, not so much for her, but I wrote it at the same time that she was having a hard time and that she eventually passed away that fall. And so I associate this poem with her. And it was sort of my, I've always been curious if death has a purpose or has a meaning or anything like that. So this was sort of my attempt to answer that question in any way I could. This is called chrysalis, which is those little things that butterflies grow in and emerge from. So let's see, I'm going to put it in a different banner here so that I'm me now. This is called Chrysalis. I'm going to run the video and I'm going to be back in about 3 minutes here. You, sir, are a formidable opponent, sir. You death thing, you. Always lurking you are, at least if there are shadows. Otherwise, in daylight, you seem a decent enough fellow and quite detached. Why do you task me so? I never knew of you save through dim rumors, proved soon enough untrue, because, hey, I'm still here, aren't I? Plus, I could rock the outfit better than you with a sigh than a $2 beach towel. There I go again, churning in useless rebellion as if the love I leave behind will not be enough and somehow must be augmented with bronze statues. I see you there in the thicket under the fallen leaves. Here you are, ever present in me and in the living branches of every tree. And the birds and the fish in the waters and the flowers and the galaxies and in all poetic things as well as in those only sleeping. I understand, I think, though I sure don't like it. But then I am not me. I merely live in his body. This me knows well enough that new horizons beckon and must be won, and this we can only do by becoming the horizon. We bloom and we ripen and then fall to our compost, having sealed within our bodies all summer's wisdom, so that innocent blossoms can awaken in the spring with a fresh new ripeness in an ancient wisdom reborn. So we're going to have a couple more artists here. I'm going to briefly mention, though, we do have a contest that we're running right now. And if you want to enter the contest, if you're at the website, Skyboy Photos Art Festival, go down below there to there's a link right below the chat that will take you to an email. Just send an email to me, to us. And in the body of the email, put your name, first and last name, and you'll be entered in the contest that you're absolutely sure to win. So we hope to hear from you. We're also trying to figure out a name for a group of poets, artists, painters, whatever. We got a group of artists here, and we're trying to figure out a better name for a group of artists. So if you can come up with one. I think the best one we have so far is a spectrum of artists. Huh? What do you think? I think that fits pretty well. Anyway, so I'm going to talk to Bruce Bayard here. And full disclosure, the name is not a coincidence here. This gentleman is my beloved cousin, an artist. How you doing, Bruce? I like what you did with your hair. I don't know, it looks different or something. I don't know, edgier, more like Sting than Bruce.
Oh well, thanks. Ann cut it for me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
As she always does, and it's a pretty fresh cut. I think it was just less than a week ago, and so yeah, it.
Well, if you were in Kansas City, I'd have her cut my hair too. I haven't had a haircut in 9 months here.
Yeah.
That's why I have my camera's really small right now because I don't want people to know that as I tell them that. But anyway, so in addition to being my tech support here, and thank you, by the way, for keeping an eye on everything, you also do artwork of yourself, of your own, and I've got your website I'm going to pull up here. And so you got a couple of different things that you put on the website there specifically for the show, right? You got some prints there. So if you wanted to kind of tell us about what you have going with that, love
Sure.
to hear it. Yeah.
The first body of work that's on the page that you're about to show is something that I did quite a few years ago. It's called the Weekly Press, and it's a series of 1,000 images that was intended to give me a big sandbox to play in to discover new ways of working in Photoshop, which is my primary method of doing things. And it resulted eventually in a book called The Weekly Press.
Right.
And this particular version has all 1,000 images in it. But on the webpage, I've just pulled up a few of my favorite images to feature here. There they are.
Let's see. That's the very top here, the Weekly Press.
Mm-hmm.
And this is out of 1,000 images that you pulled the ones that that you liked best.
Well, yeah, that also have to do with light and sky. You know, this is an image that the top part of the image is a sky from Idaho, a trip that Ann and I took on our way to Wisconsin quite a few years back. I was in the passenger seat and clicking away as the clouds went by.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom half is a combination of some old printing press blocks and some typography that I put in there.
Huh. Printing press blocks. And like, you mean that, what do they call M? The little typeset, you mean? Or?
Well, these particular blocks are what turns out to be the borders of photographs, you know, headshots.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
And so they might go in the color of blue, for example, and then the photograph of the photo might be blue or red, and then the key line border around them would be black. And these are meant to be those borders. I actually have that block around here. Let me go grab it really. No, I won't grab it. It's under a bunch of stuff. But that particular piece is from a storage shed of a friend of mine many years ago. We did a show together called Number 5. He had a storage unit called Number 5, and everything in it was stuff that he had collected over the years. And he had some old printing block pieces. So I used that. I actually just put the blocks on my scanner and scanned them, and then incorporated it in with the clouds.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Really nice, really nice. And what I like about these is that they're all different. I mean, I like the way that you combine like 3 or 4 different things in one image. And so you're saying you picked these out primarily for the season of light, the sky light, or yeah, just basically for the Skyboy shows.
Yeah, this piece in particular.
Whoops. There we go.
There you go. That again, clouds from Idaho, the same trip on the bottom, and the top is a piece of metal that had bullet holes shot into it. So I grabbed that. It was hanging just by a bare thread off the tree in a forest that we were hiking in, and I tugged on it a little bit and it came loose. So I figured that's fair game. The sign was unreadable, so I don't think anybody was missing it.
Well, and you're saying it was fair game, and it sounds like that's what it had already been used for, as fair game, right?
Yeah. There's
hunter practice.
There, but that was
practice.
pretty good. So the sign itself was yellow, and when I scanned it and then brought it into Photoshop, I could reverse the yellow into blue and create this night sky kind of look.
Yeah, wow.
Or universe kind of look.
Yeah. I love how you use materials. I think I remember telling you how at one point I was downtown and there was this rusted out metal wall, yellow flakes of paint coming off of this concrete. And I took a whole bunch of photos and emailed them to you. So I use these, Bruce, use these, because I knew you were enamored of that kind of retro, sort of half-destructed things and so forth.
True enough.
Yeah. And so, so this is that one series, and then let's see here. We got also. That's the weekly press series, but you also have Disintegration series, which I find really interesting. Tell us a little bit about that. What inspired you to do that?
Well, Disintegration series is a bunch of photographs that were taken in landscapes, seascapes, and so forth, and then superimposed with those same kind of textures that we've been talking about. The bottom half of this one is a metal sign in the coast, Crescent City. That's the Pacific coast, and the letters and scruffiness on the top is from a real estate sign that was lettered with those vinyl letters, and they were all peeling off, and all kinds of destruction was happening.
Right.
And my idea here was that, in some ways, this is kind of a negative series where I'm talking about our fouling of the nest and our disregard for nature. And at the same time, I'm realizing that, and when we have the destruction and the disintegration, new things can come out of that. So I'm hoping that at some point we reverse our disregard for nature and let things start growing back and coming back.
Yeah, and this is I think this time is a particularly pregnant time for that kind of thing to happen. I just really love all that's going on here. This looks like the Grand Canyon, right?
It is. Yeah. I
Right.
lived in Flagstaff for half a year or so,
Right.
a number of years back, and spent every Sunday or most every Sunday traveling up to the rim, South Rim. It was something. It was my church.
Mm,
And recently, I guess it was maybe a couple of years ago now. You know how when you say recently or not too long ago, it turns out to be 5 or 10 years ago. I don't know.
yeah. I don't know.
But
I thought Flagstaff was more like 35 years ago for you, but that was
well, yeah, I
yeah.
lived there a long time ago, but
Right.
more recently, Ann and I traveled there, and it was just a real wonderful experience to be able to present the Grand Canyon to somebody that hadn't seen it except for in pictures. And of course,
Right.
pictures don't do any kind of justice.
Right.
And so this is one view that of the canyon that was from um, one of the stops on the South Rim.
Right.
And the picture below is of a wall of a building that we lovingly call the Tank and Steel Building, which in its heyday was a place where big, huge tanks made out of steel were created. But now it's an office building, but it still has a lot of the patina of the old days on the wall, and that's that bottom
So
half there.
that's the exterior of the wall. Then is what we're looking at. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And it looks like not only patina, but a little bit of graffito going on.
Some of that
there.
too.
Yeah. Yeah.
People
yeah.
just can't help themselves.
Well, I mean, everybody's an artist, right? This is what some people do. They don't have
One of the things
access
I
to-
also do is take pictures of the train as it comes by, and
Oh
of
yeah,
course,
yeah.
the train
Let's
has
get
a lot of graffiti on it, but these pieces that you were
here we go. Right.
yeah. So as the train goes by in the morning, early morning light, I can open up the shutter or slow down the shutter speed and point at the camera as it's going by and get some unpredictable results. In this case, a tree that's on the other side of the tracks shown through the train, the in-betweens of the train, which are actually carrying lumber here. So it's a little bit of a metaphor.
Right. And I like that. I hadn't caught that, but yeah, you can tell the stacks of 2x4s and fir trees. You do live in the Northwest, and there's a lot of logging up there. I know. In fact, you talked about seeing whole hillsides decimated. Now that's what I like that one. That's also train, right?
Yeah, these 5 down at the bottom of the page are all trains. They're shot with me not looking through the camera, but just pointing the camera and holding the shutter down as the train goes by. And so they're long exposures. I think they might be a second or so in this particular
Right,
series.
right.
So you're getting a lot of blur, and I'm actually moving the camera along with the train. So as the train's going by, I'm aiming it at one spot, and the rest of things blur.
And what you see behind gets blurred. And in fact, in this one, it looks like you're actually kind of moving the camera down at the very end there where the lights or up
Yeah.
or whichever direction that is, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So these are all accidents, they're not
Right.
they're not planned at all, and these are without other than having a little bit of adjustment for tonality and saturation. They are straight out of the camera. There's no cropping, and what you see is what the camera saw, pretty much.
Right.
There's no layering and collage work done in these. It's just straight out of the camera.
With your Photoshop collages and layers and stuff like that. Yeah, very nice. Well, and I'm right here on the website too, Bruce's website, brucebayard.com. That's pretty easy to remember. It's very clever of you to put your name on the website there.
That took me a while to get it because when I first logged into the World Wide Web and said, I need to go get my website set up, there was actually a brucebaird.com already taken.
No.
He's a chainsaw artist and poet in upstate New York. And somebody had registered the name for him, and he wasn't really much interested in working on his website at all. So at one point, the website went into disuse or unuse or whatever you want to call it.
Where that domain name came up for grabs, sort of.
It came up for grabs, and somebody else grabbed it, thinking, there's a business, grabbing domain names that go extinct.
Right.
And so I tried to get it from that business, and they wanted exorbitant amounts of money for it. And so I said, okay. And I went to another business that actually helps you get websites back. And they go, oh, yeah, so we'll register it. And as soon as it comes available, we'll see what we can do. And for the cost of registering the URL, which was, I think, $15 or something like that, I actually got my website.
Reclaim your name.
I reclaimed my name. Yes.
I know. I remember website domain names were really at a premium. People and doing things like capturing the domain name. Sell it. It's like cutting firewood in the summer and then selling it in the winter when all the rich guys are cold.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, that's why my actual email address is BA because I do have. I had. When Bruce Baird wasn't available, I had to register a BA Baird.
Right, and so that was you get something with Baird in it anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
And because I've had my email for forever, I just left it as BA Baird. But
right.
Anyway, that's the story there.
The story of our life on the interweb. Well, I love it. So check out Bruce's work on his website there. And we're going to talk with you later in the day.
Okay, I'll have
talk with some more artists. We're about 15 minutes late here, but we're consistently late. There's one artist that was feeling ill this morning, and I'm going to talk about her a little bit. But and then we're going to go on to the next one. So thanks for chatting with me, Bruce.
Okay, Dave.
We'll see you a little later in the day.
Have fun.
All righty. Bye. All right, we've got, actually, like I was mentioning, those artists who are listening here, we're about 15 minutes late, but the person who is making it possible for us to be 15 minutes late and filling her space, Native Lightning, Crystal Stamets, and what I'm going to do is talk about her work here. She does Native American art. She is Native American. And she does Native American art. I'm going to pull her website up here, and we're going to talk about her. And I think her work is particularly appropriate now because we're talking about, this is about the season of light, which is the winter, winter time, the end of the year when light gets low. That what we need is, let's see here. What we need is light. And in some ways, darkness is just another form of light. So, whoops, let's see here what I'm doing. I'm going to have to pay attention here to what I'm doing. I'm doing two things at once. So I'm going to pull up her website here, and we're going to look at some of her stuff. Let's see here. Here we go. Yeah, so this is Crystal Stamets, Native Lightning, and she does a couple of different things. The one I really like her sun catchers. She does various versions. These are all geodes that have been cut, and then she decorates them with Native American feathers, beads, all kinds of leather work, and so forth. And so you guys got some other photos here. She's got a bunch of new ones too. I think this one, I love this one. In fact, this has been sold, which makes me mad because I wanted to buy it myself. But I am going to go through here and I'm going to get my Christmas shopping done with her work. And then she also has greeting cards, cards that takes from her nature photography, which is wonderful. And then she's got the items that just defy description. I love this one, a lined gourd. I don't know if I can show you that. I don't think I can open it up in the same tab here, but anyway, you can go to her website and let's see if I can give a picture of her. Yep, there's Crystal. And she's just a delightful woman. It was very nice talking with her, and she woke up this morning feeling kind of punk, so I said, well, don't worry about your interview. I want you to take a nice long hot bath, and so that's probably where she is right now. But her website's still up. Her website's feeling fine, and I hope you're going to feel better soon, Crystal. And she also does feathers. She does, I don't see them on the website here, but she does custom feathers. She did a feather for me with a name on it. She does a feather with a name. And so she translated my name into, I'm going to draw a blank here. I believe it's Navajo, but I don't actually know for sure. But it's a Native American name, and they have a different phonetic than we do. So there were the three characters that she used to say David came out more like Dawid. Dawid. They don't have a D sound. And like many languages, they don't really have an A, so it's Davida, I believe. And she made up a whole feather with just for me, just for my name. So I'm going to have her do other stuff for me as well. And you can check out her website here. Real affordable stuff, and something to hang in the window and help you connect with the sun and with light. So I'm going to talk about her more later. Sometime after 2 o'clock, she's going to be back in absentia, and we're going to talk with her more then. So I wanted to remind folks we're here. We're running a contest. If you wanted to enter the contest, and I'm doing a contest where everybody wins, because I don't like people having to go home crying in their beer. And so if you want to enter the contest, go down below on the website here, and there's a link to my email. Send an email with your first and last name, and I will enter you in the contest. I shouldn't call it a contest. I should giveaway. I don't know. We're giving ourselves away here, but this is what we like to do. So I'm going to talk to Susan Ferguson here. Hey, Susan, hi.
Hi.
Sorry for all the inconvenience of the scheduling here, but we've had some. If everybody shows up all at the same time, what we would have done anyway. But before I'm going to talk with you. But while I do, I'm going to first do something that I meant to do this morning. I'm going to take Trish Campbell's. She's going to be up here in a minute, but I think she's watching. So I'm going to take her candle and we're going to light it, which I didn't do before. I had some scissors. I needed to find scissors, and I have found scissors. So I'm going to trim the wick, as she said, 1/4 inch. Does that look like a 1/4 inch?
Give or take.
I'm a woodworker. It's actually 3/8, but don't tell anybody. All right.
Candle will care.
There you go. Yeah, I don't think so either. So this is our ceremony lighting of the candle. This is going to say, "Let there be light." Whew. I love it, I love it, I love it. So this is breaking the candle in for the first time. It has to get the wick down, and once the wick gets to the bottom, it's going to gather up some wax. There it goes, there it goes. Susan, when's the last time you lit a candle?
You know, I can't really tell you. It's been quite a while.
So, can you see it okay? Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm sorry. But tell me, say again. When's the last time you lit a candle?
I do not remember when the last time I lit a candle was.
Okay.
I have a cat, and so that means that I
Ah.
do burning things or liquid things living unattended. I think I might have had one on my desk a few months ago. Not a cat, a candle.
Right.
And I think it was there for a little while, and the cat came over and started to investigate, and I said, okay, that's fine. So
That's enough. No more candles for me.
I didn't want
Yeah.
to have the little frizzly whiskers. So
Yeah. And the curiosity, cats and curiosity are somehow inextricably linked. So
I
I
think
understand.
I think it's the letter C. So maybe we could throw candles in with that too.
Yeah, there you go. Cats, candles, and curiosity do not mix.
That's right.
They might have
So
start with the same letter, but they don't mix. Well, anyway, so you're a fiber artist.
I am.
We've got a little video here that we're going to show of what you do. But if you would just kind of describe what your artwork is, and let us know what you do.
Um,
You know?
my artwork is predominantly weaving, and for that I have 4 different looms now. I have 2 rigid heddle looms, which are kind of like tabletop looms, and then I have 1 Navajo tapestry loom, which is a vertical upright loom. And then a couple of months ago, I built a really large tapestry loom. It's 12 feet wide and 7 feet high. And I was going to use it out on the deck where I built it, but it got cold and I decided that it should come inside where it's warm. Otherwise, I wouldn't use it. So I have brought it inside and have not started using it yet, but I have all the materials ready to do that. So anyway, I weave things, which means I take yarn or other fiber type materials and sometimes deconstructed clothing or wire or cords, that kind of thing. And I weave those on the loom so that they create a kind of cloth. Not necessarily the cloth like your shirts. One of the pieces I wove, my daughter said looked like the back of a refrigerator because it had all these different
Right.
cables and wires and cords. But it's a cloth where the fibers are perpendicular to one another.
Right.
Right. I started doing that 6 years ago, and I sort of fell in love with the idea that I could handle this stuff. The whole time I was working on it, it was soft, it was lightweight, and it felt really good against my skin. And then I also like the idea that weaving is relaxing, and it's a form of meditation for me. It's a way for my brain to process ideas and things like that, but I have to deliberately stop weaving to do anything about those ideas.
Right.
So,
Right.
so in a meditative sense, I'm thinking about things, but I'm just letting them move on by, which is calming. And so I started doing this, like I said, about 6 years ago, and I made a lot of scarves and placemats and shawls to begin with, a lot of rectangles. And then one day I discovered a type of weaving called Saori weaving, which is very messy and not necessarily orderly. And I like the jumbled up, sort of chaotic look that Saori weaving offers. And so I started doing that. Um, and so a lot of the work that I make is definitely not tablecloth material. Um, it's sort of lumpy and bumpy and has threads hanging out of it, tails, if you will.
Right, right.
And I find that style or that method, I guess, really enjoyable to do. So
Right.
that's mostly what I do now.
Yeah, yeah.
And I
Well,
moved away from rectangles and started making things that are more akin to art that don't really have a function on somebody's table or around their neck so much as hanging on a wall or being a soft sculpture.
right, right. Well, let's show some people some of your stuff here.
Sure.
And I'll bring up the video that you made, which I'll run, and then you can kind of comment over it in part of it here. Let me just run this, and we'll get started here. Whoops. This is going to give a good example of a lot of the work that you do.
As a weaver and fiber artist, I work at Virginia in large-scale vertical tapestry. I weave asymmetrical and highly textured artworks that sometimes look messy and disheveled. I also engage in spinning, felting, paper making, bookbinding, sewing, and stitching. My goal is to offer people visual opportunities for reflection of their own experiences related to emotional health, the environment, and climate change.
Yeah, and here you've got copper woven into the material, which I think
Right,
is
it's
really
copper
nice.
pipe.
Right, right. Nicely done.
And this piece, which is supposed to show various movements during the day, is all connected with my gold plastic rope.
Yeah, it's one big piece. Yeah.
Right. This is made out of shirts, made out of polyester.
Yeah.
The body of the shirt was deconstructed, and these are all the sleeves.
Right. And a lot of your work has to do with climate change, with environmental change, and
Right. There's a certain appeal personally to issues related to climate change and the environment, and a lot of the colors and textures related to climate change issues and to the environment are, I don't want to say they're easily reproducible, but they can appear as texture in the artwork.
well, and here you've got one, our forest are burning. I'm sure Bruce Bayard would understand about that. He lives up there in Oregon, and yeah.
That was my inspiration, is those fires in California and Oregon last year.
And I love this piece here. I'm going to pause this just for a minute, but I love this. It's one of my favorite pieces that you would swear it's just a landscape. Well, I mean, it is a landscape, but you would swear it was a real landscape. and yet, and I like the fact that you can, a real landscape, you would put your hand over it if you were like 200 foot tall. You could put your hand over it and you would feel the grasses gradually brushing your hand. And you could put your 6-inch hand across the piece that you did and you get the same effect. I like it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very evocative. And I like your use of color in all of these too. Yeah. Whoopsie.
This is another piece inspired by the wildfires. I made a.
Is that Oregon? Paiute is Oregon? Or?
I'm not sure where all the locations were. I made a collection of 8 pieces.
Yeah.
And then this was a piece that I did for an art class I'm taking this fall.
Ooh, I like that one. I like that one. Very imaginative. Yeah.
I lived in northeastern Arizona for a while, and those colors were very dominant in the landscape.
I'm gonna go back to that one there. Pause there for whoops. I'm gonna go back. I want to pause right there. There we go. Yeah, I like the use of colors in that. And then the one we're coming up to too. Also, this is the refrigerator back, right?
Yes.
I love it. I love it. I mean, from a distance, it does look like fabric, you know. What's a computer mouse doing there? I like the kind of deconstruction.
I scrounged to find electrical cords, lamp cords, extension cords, appliance cords, computer cables, phone cables, all sorts of things with wire in them, and a smattering of accessories, and put them together for that piece. This piece is made out of neckties. And I intended it to be an ocean sunset.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, and I knew where this went because I'd seen it before. Right. That is just wonderful.
This piece is hanging out in my hall next to my closet right now. So.
Yeah, and this is your all your contact info and stuff. And Climate Change Art is a whole separate website that you've got going specifically for your climate change work.
Right.
The artwork that you've done for that. So, yeah.
I am. I'm in the process of planning pieces and displays for a climate change and environment focused exhibition in Liberty next October. And so I set up the climatechangeart.org site to promote that event and show that work in progress.
Right. And that, if you go to her Etsy page too, which is that's the link that's below on her thing. She's got a link to the what the sites you were talking about, the climate change art, and to get more information about that show coming up. Yeah.
So,
well, sorry to cut our interview short here. Well, no, it's not really short. It's been fine. But you're coming back in a little while. Let's see, probably a little after 2:00.
Yeah.
And we're beautifully behind schedule here. That's the way I'm going to put it.
Well, thank you for taking a look at my stuff.
Yeah. Well, and we'll do this again in a little while. But thank you very much for coming to the show and appearing with us and talking about your work. And
sure. Thank you.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Trish, What are you doing? Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not going to put her up here yet. No. Okay, all right.
Trying to talk.
Doggone it! What is this? Is it now? You're making me feel bad, aren't you? Because I forgot my Groucho mask. I'm gonna have to go get my Groucho mask, Mark's mask. Doggone it! I lit your candle. It looks really good. I need to put it closer up here. It's hard to see back in there, but oh no! Don't take it off. Oh no, that's fine. Hey Trish, thanks for being patient here. I don't know if you got my message on the chat there, but we're running a little bit.
The whole show, so.
Yeah, well, it's a par for the course, right? If you don't make mistakes, you're not doing it right.
Exactly.
Yeah, so just briefly to talk about the folks that weren't here on your first thing, tell us a little bit about your candles and the candle making that you do.
Well, art you can burn.
Yeah, art you can burn. There you go, as we speak.
You don't like it, melt it down. I'll make you something new. Pretty much we discussed, but
Yeah.
yeah, I 20 years of playing with wax and getting burned repeatedly. I have the most fun probably with the colors and also with making some unusual combinations of smells.
Mm-hmm.
Painting
Right.
it in the mold, taking it out, sculpting it once it's out of the mold, letting it cure for a few days.
Right.
And then each one gets a name.
Yeah. Well, and we, like you say, we've got an example of your candles burning here. I actually had a question from you from the chat here, wondering if you ever do patchouli scented candles.
I'm happy to. I
Yeah.
have several requests for that, and I do have that scent.
Okay.
So I'm happy to make custom orders for people if that's something they can reach out to me through it or give me a text. I think you provided phone numbers. And
Right.
happy to discuss making them if they like.
Yeah. Yeah, because you do custom, you do some, to a large extent, you do custom candles. And, well, not so much custom, but that even when you don't do custom, you're doing it just for one customer. So really, you could almost say everything you do is custom. Yeah.
That's actually a good way to put it. They actually feel like they belong with a specific person.
Right. Right.
When they come out of the mold. So.
Right. And the ones on your website, even though you've already made them up, they already have a person in mind. It's just the person hasn't yet found them, right? Is that a good way to put it?
And that's kind of how I think of those ribbons, with ribbons and wax. It's like they're ribbon to them.
Right,
And
right,
once
right.
they get a little tug on that ribbon. And that's
Right.
what I end up finding is that when someone will get one, they say, it's too pretty to burn. And I kind of think to myself, well, you wouldn't intentionally set yourself on fire if that's what you would candle for. But I found that a lot of times if someone says they're feeling not themselves, they've actually lit the candle and it felt nice. So a lot of energy in them.
Yeah. Well, and your packaging, we talked about earlier about your packaging, the way that you package things up. One of the things that she does with every purchase is put, it's almost like gift wrapping with ribbon. That's why you call it ribbons and wax, with some of the most delightfully packaged things. And then you also talked about having candles that if I burn your candle, which I am, and when it gets down to almost done, I take the wax, I send it back to you, and you send me a new candle.
I do. I'm going to take what you have left over, I'm going to filter it, I'm going to tweak it, and I'm going to make a whole new candle from it and give it back to you.
Yeah. I love it. And I'm going to do that. It's going to take me a while here because they burn quite a long time.
They are they're very long burning candles actually.
Right. Yeah, I know. I look forward to that. It's going to be something that I use in my meditation / writing room, to kind of center the. I don't know. I remember in the olden day, I'm an old hippie, right? That candles were the big thing. And I think about, just candles, just lighting candles just puts everything within the room where they're lit in a different mood. And you've got fire, which is always, harkens back to the hearth and how we almost feel primitive looking at the hearth fire. And plus the feature of the show is season of light, and I think you're the light giver here, the light bringer. Let there be light. So let's see. I think I'm feeling undelightfully out of schedule here, but doggone it. You're going to be back later this afternoon, so yeah.
I just wanted to say, and especially after looking at Susan's work just a few moments ago, which is gorgeous, by the way.
Right.
Good heavens. And how she was talking about the texture of it and how it felt and how meditative it was. I have to agree with you. I wonder if a lot of artists feel that way, that it's kind of been into a zone when you're creating something or thinking about creating something and not knowing what's going to come of it. And she spoke of those textures and everything, and photos don't do a lot of artwork justice, as we all know. So the pictures that you see on Etsy of the candles they have, and maybe you can speak to this because you had purchased a candle called Whimsy.
Right.
And it had, I think, some periwinkle and some purples and pretty colorful square shapes. And you purchased it having only seen the photos, but then when it came, you could see that it's not flat. It has a lot of white and texture to it. And people will see different pictures within, when they're looking at the side. For instance, I hope.
Right.
I can photograph this all day long, but I don't know until you really get up and see.
Right.
To me, it looks like there's a woman holding a child on that side.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I see it. Yeah.
And
when you turn it to
this side, it looks like someone's reaching up with their hands up. I kind of look at the little lines there as arms up.
Right. And this is all accident too. Like you say, comes out of the kiln. You don't know what it's going to be. Yeah. Well, you said about 20 mouthfuls there, Trish.
Sorry.
Because I was trying to address them all. And I also like what you said about the process of making things, that I think for all of us, I know for me, when I'm writing a poem, it will just put me in a zone where I don't know how else to get to that zone aside of meditation or, drugs. I don't know, but it's like it's a very different space to be in, and I think that's where the creative impulse, leads you to, and that's one of the things I like about it. I'm sure that all of us artists, that's one of the things that we like, is not making art that other people can buy so much as we like making the art. So anyway, you had 5 mouthfuls there. We could, and then talking about what comes out of I know. No. I meant it's good. You just give me too many topics for conversation here that I wanted to follow up on. Anyway, well, I'm gonna go on to the next artist here, and I'm really failing here. I've got everybody's wrong banner. So before I say goodbye, I'm at least going to let you be Trish Campbell for just a minute.
But this means I've been David and Susan today.
I think, oh, and I wanted to mention too that, you mentioned Susan Ferguson, and that you told me you had found some looms for sale that she needs to know about. So at some point we'll get her notified about that, but that was a very generous thought to think of her.
Looms from a weaver's estate. I wanted to tell her about them because they were amazing, and I kept thinking of her when I saw them. So
right. Yeah, it's sort of like, I like how this we're getting to know other artists in different medium and how similar all of what we do is really at base, at the bottom of things. So,
Yeah,
all
like
right.
with Beth that you had on, I thought the same thing. How she works
Yeah,
about healing and coming in. That's kind of what I think about with the candles is maybe this will
right.
heal somebody, ground them.
Yeah, yeah,
So
exactly. Healing, candle healing. All right, Trish. Thank you very much.
thank you. See you this
We're
afternoon.
gonna see you at least once more during the day, and I look forward to it.
Thanks, David.
All right, take care. And speaking of Beth, we do have Beth here. I'm going to go straight away to Beth. Hi, Beth.
Hi again.
Yeah, a delightfully chaotic day, right?
Yeah, well, these are great conversations. I'm enjoying.
I'm glad. I'm glad to hear you like them. I hope people like them too. We've gotten some nice comments come in, so I think this is all good. Yeah. So it's good to see you back again. We didn't get much of a chance to chat this morning,
Yeah,
but
thank you.
there's somebody on after you that I'm just not even going to worry about. Skyboy photos.
Oh,
Nah. Anyway, so well, good to see your artwork too behind you. I was going to pull up your because I can put on your on the screen here some of your artwork where we can look at it close up, but. So tell us if you would again for people who are just coming in now. What tell what you do with the painting and what your artwork is like.
yes, I'm a painter. I work both in acrylic and oils at times, and I'm also a healer. Do body work and energy healing and intuitive work. So they blend together for me, my artwork and my healing work. I began creating the type of imagery that I have focused on a lot when I started studying healing, and was just feeling really called to pull out what I was experiencing internally, the other aspect of ourselves, our energy and our transpersonal self, and those sorts of things that the healing work taps into, and bring that out in visual form onto my canvases.
So did your painting come out of your healing body work, or vice versa, or together, or
Right. Well, I
yeah.
was in art school and was doing painting and drawing at that time. But then right soon after that, I did start exploring energy healing. And that's when the imagery that you see on my site and for the last 20 years has been stemmed from receiving energy medicine, giving energy medicine, meditation, and like seeing imagery as I would be tapping into through meditative state.
Yeah, and
So
I'm sorry.
just so the art pretty much came out of the healing.
Right, and that you already doing the artwork, and it's like having done the healing sort of directed where your artwork was going to go.
Yeah, it directed what I was interested in seeing on my canvases. What I wanted to explore. So my interests were taken into the art.
Right. Well, let's see here. I'll pull up if I can do this right. There we go. Yeah. And I'm going to take people through your artwork, but I just happened to pop onto this one because this feels to me like it's different than some of your other stuff, and what I like about it right away was also what I didn't like about it. It's dark.
Yeah.
But then that, I don't know, that's what I like about it too. It's kind of funny,
This was really pushing myself into other territory because so much of my artwork has been about the light and bright, um, and yet there's something about the dark that is like the yin, and that place of stillness and silence and going within, and that place, and and I was kind of scared when I finished this one to show it, because it's not what might normally be kind of like expected of me.
Right.
But I'm giving myself permission to stretch and explore other areas, and I think there can be a deep peace with coming into that stillness and silence and more the yin aspects.
Well, I'm going to make a confession here. You talked about being scared to show this. That this morning, or actually last night, I wrote this piece about poetry that I wound up being a little shy about sharing today. So you're giving me permission here.
Yeah.
And tell me if this makes sense, but it was about the darkness that for me, poetry, lots of different art, but poetry for me is a way to explore the dark side of myself, what Jung calls the shadow. All those impulses that I don't think I have and I don't want to have, but there they are, the dark side of ourselves, anger and frustration, jealousy, lust, rage, all these different emotions. And yet, if we don't acknowledge them and get down and through some kind of therapy or some kind of work or some kind of healing or some kind of art with light, if we don't get down there into that space, it winds up coming up in ways we don't expect, and it erupts over here and it erupts over there. And like I was saying this morning, in our public life, not just recently, but for quite a while now, we've seen the results of not acknowledging, not owning that dark side of ourselves. And I think that's what struck me with this painting is, I'm glad to say that you thought it was sort of out of your realm too, because that was my first thought. And my first thought was a little disgust, just like you're disgusted by your own shadow, right? But at the same time, I think it was real courageous of you to push through your fear and to do that, and showing that if only to yourself would have been difficult enough, but the fact that you had the courage to show it to the rest of the world too, I think is just very wonderful.
Well, what I see with her is she is a guide in that space. So she is comfortable in the unseen, in the mystery, in going into the difficult places. She's so accepting of all of it, and that can be this guide through there. And I mean, this piece is also about intuition and coming into beyond what we see and think we know, into really feeling and trusting our gut and trusting that open stillness, yin sort of place, instead of that place of, oh yeah, I know everything, I've got it all under control. But when we surrender, and when we surrender to that other place, we can gather, I think, so much wisdom, and it enriches us.
Right. Yeah, I really like it. And speaking in a purely personal level, this is available on your website, right? I'm asking for me because, and you have not only paintings, you have like cards and other ways that your other what's the word I'm looking for? Other iterations of your work.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this painting at the moment isn't for sale, but I can do prints. I'm still. Sometimes I have to hold on to certain paintings for a while or forever because of my connection to them. But I do have prints.
I'm not a painter, but I imagine that's a real dilemma for painters because, that's why prints are around, I guess, because A, you sell your painting and then it's gone, whereas you can make 100 prints, and not only do you still have your painting, but more people get to appreciate the work too. So anyway, I'm going to go pick up one of your prints. And I'll run through some of the other work here. Yeah, this is one of my favorites. Let's see if I can reliably get this larger here. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, and you've got 2 or 3 or 4 that are sort of in this series of the meditating healer, spirit guide, whatever. And in almost every work that you've done, there's a center. You could call it the heart, or maybe the middle of the mandala, or the core center of the circle, where everything is present all at once.
I
Anyway,
love that description. I love that description.
I don't know. I can't. It's out in the ether now. Maybe I'll get a recording of this show, but yeah, it just to me. Yeah, and here this is sort of almost. Oh yeah, I can see the hands there, but otherwise, it's almost like a. You're not sure at first if it is a person, but obviously it is. Very stylized.
And
Yeah,
like
it's
very
really nice.
internal.
Yeah. Oh, and I just love this one. Is this to what extent are you in this painting?
People ask that all the time with every
Okay.
female figure.
Okay, I feel better now.
Yeah, I think that, I'm not looking at another figure usually when I do that. So unless I'm doing a commission for somebody, but I think it is partly me. But also we tend to, when we draw faces, we tend to draw our own. It's what I've heard because we're most familiar with it.
Right.
Not that I look totally like that, but.
Well, actually, the likeness is not too bad. The hair, anyway, you got the hair, and actually, no, it's a good likeness. And the part I like about it, it also you have a heart that's very similar to this, and so I'll give you that.
Yeah, there's the star, heart star or core star, and there's some birds flying around it there. This one's called emotional healing.
Well, I was making a point though that the heart in this painting looks very like the heart that I'm seeing in the chat window here. You.
Oh, up here.
Yes, that.
Yeah.
No, right there. You, Beth Budashine.
Oh,
anyway,
thank you.
I really appreciate your work, and I appreciate the depth of your heart.
Oh, thanks
and
so much.
especially your ability to share this with everybody is just really touches me.
Thanks.
And I think it'll touch it. I hope it touches other people too. Anyway.
Thanks. I wanted to just say I have all my originals on sale at the moment.
Oh, okay. Good,
and
good.
also I have a painting kit so people can explore their own creativity. So it comes with instructions, and also it comes with a series of videos. You get a link to videos. But it started, I was creating a coloring book, and I was like, I like to paint. So what I decided to do is put the coloring book image on canvas. And so this is an image I created, and then I decided to create a kit of people can do their own little painting. And there's so many, I mean, you can change this in different ways. And in the videos, I show you how you can make it your own. And you can even white out certain areas if you want and change it up. But it comes with brushes and a palette, and it comes with all the paints. It comes with everything. So it's kind of fun. And I put those on sale also.
Yeah, that is an incredible idea.
Yeah.
I like how it sounds like it just sort of evolved. You were going to do a coloring book, and then it's like, and what is it they say? There's nothing new under the sun. It's just the imagination to put this and this together at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, well done.
Right. Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah. And that's on your website also, right? So,
Yeah, in the shop.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Beth, I sure appreciate having you on the show here.
Yeah, I appreciate being
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
Do you want to read your poem?
Oh, which one?
The darkness one?
Oh, actually, I don't. Um, well, actually, I wrote it down last night and I don't have it here,
Okay.
so I can't read it. But thanks for offering and suggesting. And I guess what I will do then is refer people to the Gathering the Self, and my second book also has. They've all got dark poems in them, Beth.
Mm.
Haiku Schmaiku is the name of this one. 17 haiku, one for every syllable of a haiku. And, but a lot of the poetry is, well, I could read one none of them are dark. I guess it's like the painting that you did. I could say that they take you through darkness. They are not dark themselves, but they take you through darkness, which is, you don't want to be dark. You don't want to become dark. Getting acquainted with the darkness doesn't mean purposely being unhappy or purposely being, it's not wallowing in it. The way I like to put it is befriending it. Befriending your dark half, befriending the part of you that you don't want to own. I don't know, that word just keeps coming back to me.
Well, I mean, we don't even have to call it dark. There can be a lot of judgments around that word,
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll call it, let's see, let me get out of here. Whoops, how do I get out of this window here? Let's see, what's the, so I think I can remember this one off by heart. Dawn arises true and right, lifts above and baptizes darkest night. Love again is visible. Now we see that darkness is simply another form of light. So there you go. There's one of my darkness poems.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Mm.
Anyway, well, I think this is what the whole show is for here, right here. Well done. All right. Well, thank you, Beth. And you're not going to be back this afternoon, so
yeah.
So I want to encourage people to go see Beth's website, go to her website, and email her and experience both her light and her dark side. How's that?
And I wanted to just show you this picture real quick because I feel like, this is like the comfort when we are going through stuff and facing things. And this is two figures holding hands, just, being there for each other.
Yeah. And I see that one. Let's see. I do have that. Yeah, hold on. I got that here. Real quickly, I'm going to show this because I've got this as a, why don't I have it by itself? But I do have it as a double take here. Slideshow, boom, 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 and boom, boom. Watch this. I'm running with it here. I'm running with it. There we go. Yeah. It's the one on the right there. And I didn't realize it was two people.
Mm-hmm.
And now I see that there's a kind of a darker color, green and the yellow, and yeah.
Yeah, it's called, what is it called? No, I forgot. It's called a shoulder to lean on.
Whew, I love it. I love it. Or it could be even just two halves of the same person, right? Two halves of us. Two halves of us. All right. We're going to collaborate here, Beth. We're going to do something together. I love it.
All right. Well, thank you for having me.
Oh, thanks for coming. All right.
Okay.
Well, we'll see you next show. Hope you come to the next show whenever we do.
Yeah, I would love to. Thank
All
you.
right. All right.
All right.
All right. Beth Budesheim, take care. We'll talk
Bye.
soon. Bye bye. Oh, we're running so behind here. Patrick, how are you doing?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm late. I'm late for my own party here. Our party.
Oh no, that's great.
Anyway.
I'm good.
Yeah. Well, we got a few minutes this time, so yeah, we can kind of leave where we left off. You were talking about your the triptych, the 7-panel photo.
Yes.
Or painting. Yeah.
Yes, this one right here. So it's actually only 6 of the 7 are up right now. Still have to clean it up a little bit. With that size and that amount of paint, I had to do this one outside. So with all the wind we were having, I think there's a little foliage trapped in there somewhere. And so yeah, it's the goal was to capture and highlight every color of the rainbow, and I'm very happy with how it turned out.
Yeah.
But I for those who aren't spending their whole Saturday listening, I actually have been focusing a lot more on cityscapes specifically, but I have a wide variety. I have a couple here that are on my website are both imaginary, fictitious cityscapes, but I have a plethora of Kansas cityscapes. I'm working on a Chicago and LA. I do everything from itty bitty 8x10s to massive 3x4 foot. And they're all over my website. Most of my cityscapes tend to be commissions, which is perfect because I get to customize both in terms of color and mood to the human being I'm painting for.
Right.
But yeah, I also have my series of quarantine photos like this one here. Most of my quarantine photos ended up being, or paintings, excuse me, ended up being self-portraits, just of experiencing life really in the living situation I was in, especially. I was extremely isolated for a few weeks. I'm talking like meals left at the top of the stairs and maybe talking through doors with people. And so I got to really experience and put to canvas the experience of being a human being who feels like they have a lot to offer and not being able to in the midst of quarantine. Having a lot of
good way to put it.
Creative expression. Yeah. Having a lot of creative expression and want and need to share and not being able to do that with actual human beings. And yeah, so I do those. I do, of course, paint pours. Through this weekend, I am going to do 20% off any of my commissions. And so I have a set list of price points if anyone wants to contact me about what those are, what that would look like. I can do things like payment plans, anything like that. All I need is somebody to just start that communication, that dialogue with me, and I'm happy to work within anyone's budget, anyone's time frame, all of the above.
Right. And I like how you said it was a way to connect, that one of the things that you missed was connecting with other people, because we do this art for ourselves, but that's not just for ourselves, right? That's pretty, yeah, I like it. I was just going to, I'm sorry, as you were talking about the cityscapes, and I couldn't help but want to share this. share this one, which is one of my faves, which I think you had. I think you've sold this one.
Yes, I have.
You had it. Yeah, you had it here in the studio for a while when you had the Pieceworks Art Fair, and it was all I could do. Just, I think I'm going to have to commission this from you, Patrick, because I really like it. Yeah, and
Happy to do it.
I think I am a sucker for rainbow, and to me that's what jumped out about, because I just love color, and I love things that are one color, but I really like things that are more than one color. So this really spoke to me. So yeah, I may just have to. You're telling me I can do that. I'm gonna go for it. But
Absolutely.
yeah, yeah.
And the thing about oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go. No, you go. Go ahead.
The thing I love about putting the rainbow into a city is sort of the metaphor there for identifying a safe community, both in terms of everyone who is every color of the rainbow, inside and outside, and
Right.
and that's how I found Kansas City to be for me. Is I've lived in New York, I've lived in Chicago, but sort of a sanctuary, if you will, and a place that I can call home has been Kansas City, and that's why a lot of my work's reflected with that. I could paint the KC skyline blindfolded at this point, but yeah. When an individual finds a place, finds a community that speaks to them in that way, I love being able to do that for them, and I love being able to exemplify it in that way.
Right. Well, and we have so many artists saying, I love nature. I want to paint nature. I want to paint nature. And I like the fact that you're painting basically the nature that most of us wind up living in, which, man is part of nature too. And a lot of us are more, I'm very tied into Kansas City. I'm with you there. And that's why when I first saw your Kansas City painting, it reminded me of the Wizard of Oz, shining city on a hill. So,
and that's the thing. I actually have one of my larger KC cityscapes right here that's for sale right now.
Oh my!
And that's to me, especially with this one, the idea was that even in the figurative rain, muck, storms of life, having a place to go that still shines through is wildly important.
Well said. Well, Patrick, we're going to talk to you a little bit later, right? You're going to be
excellent
coming back in here. Yeah, I mean, we already are later. We're running deliciously, chaotically late here, but that's okay. I appreciate the chance to talk to everybody, and it's wonderful to have it all here. Yeah. All right. Well, and your website is right down. If you're on Skyboy Photos Art Festival, Skyboy Art Festival page, it's right down below there. Take a look and commission. And as soon as we get done the show today, I'm going to check that out and see what I can get going. So appreciate it.
Yeah, and
right.
I'll go on the Facebook Live event and post all of my info there as well.
Oh yeah, do please. Yeah, we're streaming on both places. So yeah, I haven't been able to go there and watch while I'm doing this, but yeah, definitely do. Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
Patrick. See you later.
All right.
All right.
Thanks so much, David.
All right, you bet. Bye. I still don't have it. I still don't have the Groucho mask thing.
Sorry. Name,
do what?
The name at the bottom.
Thank you. This is one thing that Bruce tried to get me to do. He tried to get me to do it. I think this is good. Each artist will just have, hello, Michelle. Hello.
I have no problem with letting you know.
You know, there are some things I learn really quickly, and there's some that I just never seem to catch on. I go to the I'll go to the Berbelia's Liquor, and every time their little thing there, you have to press the green button. For a year and a half now, I put my card in, and now I can see them going like this, just kind of waiting. Oh, he's going to figure it out. And I do eventually, but why? There's some things I'm really...
There are some places it's the red button.
That's true. That's true. Yeah,
And
but I have
one
no
place
excuse.
Yeah.
I have no excuse there because it's been the same green button for a year and a half. Rochelle, what's wrong with me? Don't. Okay. All right. No. Okay. We are running late. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that. All right. Well, so while we got a little time here, show me. We didn't get a chance to look at your painting last time, so maybe you can kind of show some of your painting, all of which is available, or most of which, many of which are available as greeting cards as well.
Right. In fact, I have on my art page, I have a list separate of what paintings are available.
Right.
As
right,
greeting
right.
cards.
Right.
This is a new, soon to be, it's going to be my Hanukkah card.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I'm Jewish, my husband's not, so we send out both.
Oh, okay.
And so this will be the size. This will be our Christmas card.
Right, right. Well, and that particular one is your Christmas card too. But you're going to have both cards and both.
Right.
Yeah, the one that you just showed, the window, seeing out the window.
In fact, here's a print of it. I have prints in 11 by 14, 9 by 12, which is what this is, and 8 by 10.
Yeah.
So
Right.
some people are on a more modest budget, but I'll just show you the paintings from the last couple of months.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
been,
yeah.
I got a lot of feedback on that. I put a lot of my stuff up on Facebook and my process, and it gives my followers something to talk about besides the elephant in the room.
Oh, I didn't know you had a painting of an elephant in the room. Oh no, that's
No,
not
not yet. But I mean, I've painted everything, including the kitchen sink.
Okay then. All right. Speaking of metaphors and cliches or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one is on that little video that's on my page.
Right.
I gave the original to my videographer.
Right.
And
Well, we might be able to play that video later too. You've got it on YouTube,
Yeah.
so but
Right.
I don't trust myself to do it now. But oh yeah, I love the ducks.
Yeah.
And I
call
like
it
what you do
Ducks
with
of a Feather.
water and I'm sorry,
It's called Ducks of a Feather.
ducks of a feather.
You were getting ready to say?
I love what you do with water, and I really love what you do with glass.
Yeah,
You're
these.
very glass.
Yeah, I love glass, and
Yeah.
I'm having trouble getting these right in the camera. But this was last week's painting,
Right.
actually week before last, and this
Right,
one is
right.
this week's. I don't have prints yet. I am amenable to selling originals.
Okay. Right. And you'll eventually get around to prints, but
Right.
in the meantime, the originals actually are much better anyway. I like originals, but more affordable. But yeah.
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 The prints, and that's why I sell so many prints. And I'm always amazed that I sell that many prints.
Right.
And I said the first time we sell an original that wasn't a commission, we're gonna go celebrate.
Right. Yeah, and speaking of commissions too, a lot of what you do is commissions, and so which is that actually the link that's below there as your website takes you right to the page that is all of your commission, the page where people would go to commission your work. Yeah.
And I do have examples of some of those commissions.
Right. Okay, well, I'm gonna go to the next artist here. I'm sorry to make it so brief. It was supposed to be 10 minutes and it's only 9. So I know. We failed forward though. We failed forward, right?
That's all right, but you owe me a minute. I'm keeping track.
All right, keep tabs on me. We'll do barter here. I'll do a minute. You give me a minute. All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, Rochelle. See you in a little bit.
All right, don't forget to change the name.
I will. All right, thank you for reminding me.
Bye.
Bye. All right, I'm going to change the name to me, and I'm going to take a little break here. Meantime of taking a break, I'm gonna run some movies here. I'm gonna run some movies for you guys. Let's see what we got here. Let's go. Oh, this is actually here. This is a movie that's on my. Whoopsie. Oops. Hold on. I'm gonna do this the right way here. I'm gonna do this. Then I'm gonna do this. This is a movie that I made for my calendars every year. I made a display thing for the calendars that I'm selling. And this is a short little video that I made to describe the Torii Gate calendar scroll is what I call it. So I'm going to run this video for you guys, and then I'm going to go take care of some other business here in a little while. Okay. All right, we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Enjoy. We'll see you soon. Almost everyone recognizes the distinctive shape of the torii, a traditional Japanese gate found at the entrance to a shrine or temple and marking the transition from the mundane to the sacred. There are many torii scattered all over Japan. This one, for example, stands at the entrance to Kyoto Harbor and is known the world over as a tourist destination for those seeking enlightenment or perhaps just a bit of local culture. I thought it might be an appropriate design to use to display my calendars, because they also give you a direct pathway from your home or office into nature. Every monthly page has a vivid picture taken from sky or sea or forest, along with a poem inspired by the encounter. And perhaps in the spirit of Zen, the Torii Gate can serve as a reminder that whenever we wish and wherever we are, our own personal gateway is always available to help us recall that every day, every moment is sacred. The Torii Gate calendar display is handmade of lightweight basswood, which will darken over time to a rich honey-colored tone. There's a hole in the back for wall mounting. And changing the calendar pages is a snap. Just remove the retaining bar on the back, replace it, and hang the calendar back up, ready for the next month or the next year. I say handmade, and it is, but as you can see, I give my hands a little bit of help in the workshop. Hey, I'm not a Japanese craftsman. Not even close. Anyway, once it's put together, I brush on a lightweight coat of shellac and it's ready to use. Torii gates in Japan often have a decorative tile at the center, which might signify a special meaning or purpose for that particular gate. With that in mind, I left the center tile of your display blank for you to decorate with your own personal message, perhaps something to remind you of your connection to nature. Well, I hope you enjoy the calendar display, the calendar and the seasons of the year that they both help carry you through. Well, so we're back here. Thank you for your patience here. I'm going to pour myself some water. And I'm going to bring my tech support on the site here. Bruce, how are you doing?
I'm doing a pretty ratty job, dude.
Are you? Oh, what do you mean? As tech support?
Well, I'm doing my best to let you know your mic goes soft or
I
the
know.
titles,
Well,
the title's not changed. And
yeah.
for example, the title's not changed.
Right now? What do you mean?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
what do you mean? What? It says Bruce Bayard. What are you talking about?
Get going.
No, you. Oh yeah, and I see that my mic is better. You wrote at 2:08 p.m. My mic is better. Yeah, and I guess so if I put it down just like this, that's enough to make it soft, right?
Yeah.
This is a very potent little potentiometer here.
I can't hear you at all now. It's not necessarily a good thing, Dave. I cannot hear you.
That when I touch that thing, it goes to mute too. See, I think it's like when I learn how to do some woodworking and what? Turned it up? Can you
There
hear?
you go. That's
Okay.
better.
Yeah. Boy, I have to put it at the very top. Okay. All right, now we're good to go. Okay, see you later, Bruce. No, just kidding.
Been fun, Dave.
It has been fun. So, I mean, we can talk about stuff, but let's see. It's already past. Let me see. It's 2:20. Actually, there was the artist that was going to be here now, Native Lightning. It was feeling badly, but the other artist is you, of course, which you're on. But I think we're doing pretty good. We're over the halfway mark of our show here, and I've been having fun. What about you, Bruce?
I was gonna say there's no doubt in my mind you've been having fun.
Oh, okay.
And spending money left and right. You're gonna.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
you're gonna-
literally, I have. I mean, it's like, and I really am crazy. I love art. I just love art. I mean, I need to pace myself, don't I?
Just something about it. There's
something about art.
good to have in our lives.
Yeah. So, do you purchase other artists' art? What do you like doing when you have a few extra dollars? Which, as artists, we don't. But I mean,
I've traded art more than I've bought art. I have bought some art, sort of impulsively. I bought a piece last year at an exhibit, and interestingly enough, it's been sort of a COVID-19 companion. When I bought it, it didn't have that kind of connotation to it, but after hanging it up and living with it for this past year, it's really been sort of an icon for this year, actually.
Interesting. It's a painting?
Yeah, it's a painting that was on display at a local gallery, the Regional Art Center here in Southern Oregon, and it just really struck me when I saw it, and so I went ahead and bought it. And I also, like I said, I do trade art with some. I have a lot of artist friends, and I have a lot of their work from trading, which I think is a really wonderful way to go. As you say, artists don't always have that kind of cash laying around, and you can buy cards or prints. I've got these pieces on the wall here. These are fairly low cost ways of getting into an art collection.
Right.
Paintings are a little more difficult because they generally tend to cost more money. But, with the technology now, we can make prints that are really quite wonderful to live with. Right. High quality. So those are good ways of getting into an art collection. But I love trading. They become really special pieces.
Right. Yeah, well, I've got at least 4 or 5 pieces of yours that have come in over the years. In fact, the public doesn't need to know this, but just to know the backstory that your two sisters, moved from California over here to Kansas City, or actually into Lawrence, Kansas,
Right.
To be with our niece, and they
her
brought two niece
and her
or,
new baby.
Yeah, and her new baby and her new husband. She came from California and married a Kansas farm boy, right? Eric, and their daughter Erilyn, and yeah, they brought two of your paintings with them. Which one of them is really my favorite. I should have had it down here in the studio just to show you, but it's the one. It's got one of the, what do they call where it's a hole. It's a sort of a cavern in the ground with a hole at the ground level, and there's a couple of sticks that become sort of a ladder. What?
Those are called. That's a kiva, which is a Native American room where the elders go and discuss tribal matters.
Right. It's sort of I get the feeling it's almost like a sort of a meditation room or that too, or just was it more like a meeting room kind of a thing?
I don't know all of the things that they use it for, but I think that they do talk about the community, and they might use it for religious ceremonies.
Right.
I'm not exactly sure.
Right.
But I like the idea, just the concept of having this subterranean place that you climb down into and work things out, whatever they may be, spiritual or community or whatever it happens to be.
Right. Yeah, Carl Jung, he talked about that and his idea that in terms of dreams and in terms of psyche, that the attic would be where you're at your highest level, you're most conscious, and then there's this level, which is where we live, and then he had one famous dream where he goes down level after level after level, and each level was like 300 years earlier or something like that, but that you go down to the basement, and that's where the unconscious is, and that's where you do all your heavy work, like what Beth and I were talking about, the darkness, the unconscious part of ourselves. I think that anyway, I think that's why I like that image so, because it is all you see of the thing is just this little hole, this little black hole. You don't even know it's a hole at first. You just think, oh, it's a smudge of paint. Oh no, it's a hole. And the one I'm talking about has also the buildings in the background too. It's not just the kiva. But it's got buildings in the background. It's got adobe structures there.
Yeah.
And just a hole with two little sticks coming out. And
Yeah.
Anyway, well, we didn't talk about your art at all, but we talked about art, so that's what matters.
Yeah, it's way more fun to talk about this kind of stuff than
I do too. I mean. And I have to say, having done this is my second show. I don't know. I have taken so much time with these shows that I haven't gotten any art done lately. I'm going to have to go back in and what's they called refill the well. Refill the well. You dip down into the well of your creativity, and you take stuff out, and you take stuff out, and one day you wake up and it's like Jon Stewart would say, "I got nothing. I got nothing." So that's where I'm at. I'm going to have to go back and do some deep digging. Go down to the kiva, get some more. Put some water down there. Get some water down there. It's all dried out. All right.
Very good.
Sounds good, Bruce. All right. Well, I'm going to go talk Paula Winchester. What do you think? See
Yeah,
what
sounds like a
going here.
Good idea.
And yeah, she's all lit up inside and outside. See you later, Bruce.
Bye-bye.
All right,
Love you too.
bye.
There I am.
There you are.
I changed outfits too.
Oh, yeah. In fact, you have one of your scarves on, I think, don't you?
Yep. This is called Cacti Fireworks.
Ah, Cacti Fireworks. Wow.
So it's actually the flowers on a cactus, and I took this photo and came up with this topic, so that's why it's called Cacti Fireworks.
Yeah. You say a photograph. Now, is that a painting or a photo?
When I draw in pastels, it takes me so long. I take photos and then I blow them up as large as I can, like at a Kinko's or whatever, and like 11 by 17, put it in a grid style, and then draw from that. So I can see every single minutia of color, which is rather maddening in many ways. You don't realize how many colors are in there until you try this kind of stuff. And
Right.
I love working with pastels because I have so many of them to begin with, and there's so many colors, and so I can use the right pastel, whether it's a hard pastel or the soft pastel, depending. And then in the technology that produces these scarves, which you see behind me, which I have 6 designs still left in my inventory of 12 to sell on my website. And like this particular scarf, Cacti Fireworks, there's only 20 of these in the country. And then I was going to show you somewhere. Yeah. It says Paula Winchester.
Copyright 2015.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, and so I'm wearing a denim dress. Now, probably with a denim dress, I might not wear it exactly this way, but it was easier to show it off a little bit better.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm going to tell you that I love scarves. Now, Bruce and I were talking about spending too much money, but one of the things I love to do is, you could almost call it cross-dressing. My wife has some really nice scarves, and I like a scarf.
oh, if you go to France, well, this is where I see it the most. If you go to France, the men wear scarves. Now, they may not be a frilly big scarf like this, but definitely the wrap around your neck, kind of very structured, kind of, and they look sharp.
Wow, I didn't know that. I can imagine that.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty cool. Yeah.
And I guess the other thing, when I went to Paris the last time, which was maybe 5 years ago, that I was surprised how much black was in the clothing. I was really expecting a lot more color, and it was like, wow, they're in the black over here, just like the young people in black over here. It's like, okay, I can only take so much of that.
Yeah. Well, we got a few more minutes, so when you want to talk about some of your other work as well.
Sure. I can point out these are my personal wrist warmers, and instead of taking them off the display, these are lady bird beetles. Now we call them ladybugs, but the real official name is lady bird beetles. And this is my what they call foil work, and I have about 24 different pairs, and these are cotton, all cotton, and can be washed gently. And one of my pair, I took it out of its cello bag. Does it go like this? Whoops, it's upside down.
Yeah, and you said that's paint and beads, I think you were talking about
paint
before,
and Swarovski crystals on these. And this is called Weeping Hearts. I thought it was appropriate for this time. And I didn't get to talk last time about my lunchbox purse.
Oh, right.
So this is the sriracha sauce lunchbox purse. I buy the lunchboxes. Obviously, I don't make them. And I line them inside. Every one of them is different. I have, I think, 6 in my repertoire. I've made a shoulder strap. And reason I did this, got into that a little bit, was I had bought a national park lunchbox at a national park at some point. Then I decided, well, I'm going to make it into an over-the-shoulder purse. I got stopped so many times by people going, where did you get that? But I thought, I think we should make more of these, but they haven't stopped making that particular print design. So then I went off and decided, well, I'll do some of these. They're vintage lunch boxes and try that out. They have trinkets inside them, and you can read about the one like Bad Girl. It's got a lot of fun things in it. But anyway, lunchbox purses. I have catnip toys. So if you've got a feline or know of a friend who is fanatic about their cat, let me tell you, they are happy always to get a catnip toy to give their cat.
Right.
And I have artwork from $6.50 up to $180 for the stars.
Right.
And I only have one original drawing in it, and that's this GOND tribal detailed work. I'll come it up close so you can see that this is called Elephant and Giraffe in a Baobab Tree.
I love it. I love it.
So, I know you're having a very busy day, and I hope everybody's doing well since I go off and make bran muffins while I'm waiting my next turn.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well, you can share them on the screen too, and we can all get hungry for dinner.
well, David, are you running behind schedule? I thought I came right.
Actually, we're pretty close now. We've sort of gotten back up to here.
Okay. I'm not on until 3:15, but if you go over because there's other.
Yeah, you're on actually not too long from now, right? You're sort of back to back here because we got you on now and then 3:15. I made this schedule and it was sort of like pick up sticks, you know. So some people are like 2 hours apart, and then some people are 5 minutes apart.
Well, I have to go see what else I can wear, right?
Yeah. Well, don't let go of the lights there.
It's right here by the computer.
And I'm gonna have to go. Like I say, I'm gonna have to go find my Groucho Marx glasses at least before Rochelle comes back, because she's gonna expect the professor.
Oh, okay.
I can't be here as David. In fact, I'm gonna have to get up a special banner, and then I'll probably forget to put the banner up that says Professor Hassenpfeffer. Anyway.
Well, the person before me, that was your brother.
No, the Bruce Baird is my cousin, not brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a cousin.
All right.
My dad had my
sisters or something. No, I couldn't have sisters.
There were three dads. My dad, Bob, his dad, John, and then Dick was the third dad. And all three of those families now are pretty close. And so Bruce is John's son. I'm Bob's son. And so we're cousins. And he's up in Ashland, Oregon, doing his artwork up there.
Oh, gosh, you have the international group on here.
Let's see, our family, I got to say, okay, we got Portland.
Yeah.
Ashland. California, 3 or 4 places in California. Florida. Kansas City. Me and my wife is about the only one. My sister's in Maryland, Gambles, Maryland. Her son is in Maryland. What is it? Can't remember. Suburb, one of the cities in Maryland. Springfield. No,
Springfield.
Anyway, and Illinois. We got one in Illinois. One of her other sons is in Illinois. Yeah, we kind of range far and wide. Now, typically we use the tundra and of the Midwest here, but we can find we range all over the country, right? Our species.
Yeah. Sometimes I think a little too far. Well, I'm kind of one of those people that feel like there has to be places on the planet that are for the other living creatures, not just humans. And we
That's true. That's true.
Taking care of ourselves with the idea that we should not be taking over every square inch of the planet.
Yeah, well, at this point, the best we can do is we can have those animals invite them into our house. How's that? And
Well,
we can,
yeah.
and then once they do, then they can use Paula Winchester's catnip, which my cats have, by the way, and they love your catnip.
Okay, well, yeah, because, I make two long ones. Now, this is the carrot, and this is the strawberry. And
Right,
and there's a baby eggplant, and there's a zippy long pepper. And what we find is there's some cats who like the catnip toy around, so they like the more rounded little ones. And then
right.
there's some cats that lay on their back and go at it with all four paws. But I've also heard that those people who have cats and dogs, the dog really likes the carrot.
Oh, yeah, it looks like a bone. Looks exactly like a bone. Carrot bone.
They just carry them off. And so, anyway, is your next person here, or are you?
Yeah, yes, she is. And I'm going to go over to her. And Paula, we're going to see you a little bit later then, not too much later.
Bye bye then. Bye.
All right, take care. See you, bye. Oh, and she was mentioning cats, by the way. I sell greeting cards also, as I mentioned. And I just recently, actually just last night, came up with, I've got a new set of cards. I'm going to call them Creatures of Comfort. And this is all of our pets. We've got this one here, Puffin, who is our resident tech support cat. And this is a true story. A cat that can open a Word document using only the keyboard, which even his owner cannot do. A Word document using only the keyboard. Open the document, type the letter Z over and over and over, and then fall asleep on the keyboard. True story. I kid you not. That's Puffin. And then we've got another cat here, Dee Dee. This one I call Orphan, because she's an orphan. And so because I know I have a lot of cat lovers in my contacts there. And so I thought, well, let's just take some photos of our cats. This is two creatures that I very much love. One of them's a cat, and the other is more of a two-legged kind of a creature. And there they are together. This one's called Serenity. I mean, to me, this looks like a Gustav Klimt, doesn't it? Anyway, we're going to have Susan Ferguson on here in a minute, but I'm going to run you through some of these other. Anyway, I just thought I'd have fun. Greeting cards. I don't know if anybody's going to ever want them. This is called Devotion. This is Puffin again, Mr. Puffin. So we got a bunch of cards here that I've been having fun making. This one is called Jousting. Just have to go, aha, gotcha, she says. I don't think so, he says. And the game is on. Anyway, I don't have those up on the website yet, but I'm going to have them up soon enough. But I thought I'd share with you. Work in progress. Everybody likes what's the next thing David's going to do? I don't know. Well, what's the next thing Susan Ferguson is going to do? I don't know. We're going to find out.
Hi.
Hi, Susan.
I heard somebody mention scarves, so I put on a few.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
These are ones that I have posted on my Etsy site, and I've been sitting here for about 5 minutes wearing them, and I've heated up at least 10 degrees. So
wow. Yeah, I didn't know you did scarves. I mean, this is news to me. Yeah.
Yeah,
this is
I do
good.
scarves.
Yeah.
Many of them are normal looking, like normal weave, like this one that's
right.
With the standard fringe on the end.
Right.
And this one, which is, it's a little bit textured. It has different yarns in it that give it a little bit of different texture, but its overall quality is off-white. And again, it's fringy and fuzzy. It feels like air. And then I have one that's dark and ominous looking, but it's purple and green and pink, because you never know when you might need a purple and pink and green scarf.
Well, it doesn't look ominous at all to me. In fact, it looks like you have some like golden thread in there or some kind of reflective. Is
It's
that
no, it's not reflective. It's not metallic or anything.
glitter? Oh, okay.
This is wool, and it was just different shades of green bleeding into purple, bleeding into green again, bleeding into pink. So that's
Interesting. Yeah.
how that
Yeah,
happened.
nice texture. Nice
some
texture.
some yarns that you get are called variegated because there are several colors in one, and when you weave them, you don't really have a clue as to how they're going to pattern.
Right.
Um,
Chaos theory. Right.
well, yeah, sort of chaos theory. But then there's this scarf, which is not a traditional scarf. It is more ribbonish, I guess, where there's only little sections of it that are actually woven, and then the rest of it is just loose and airy. And it has a lot of different textures to it, which you can sort of see here.
Right.
But it's just made with about a dozen different yarns in cotton and wool and rayon, I believe. And this is one of those experiments that I really enjoyed seeing how it came out. You know, I envision things, and sometimes they happen, and sometimes they don't.
Well, how close was that to your vision?
It was pretty close.
Was it? Okay.
I had made an earlier scarf that was sort of ocean colors, aquas and turquoise and green and white, and I hadn't woven the strips quite as narrowly. So so when I made this one, I was like, no, I want to leave these big gaps in between the woven sections, and it turned out really well. And then this one is pure silk. And the amazing thing about weaving silk is that because I'm weaving it in my hands rather than with a machine, silk warms up when you hold it.
Just from your body heat, you mean?
Yeah, and it holds body heat. So when I'm weaving with this, the scarf feels warm to the touch, which to me is just fascinating.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. A very visceral body experience.
I wove a couple years ago with some alpaca, which is supposed to be super, super warm, and it's supposed to be non-allergenic for people who are allergic to wool.
Right.
But the alpaca doesn't acquire any warmth from being handled. So the whole time I was weaving it, it felt really cold and clammy, which was a horrible way. If you're gonna hold something for 15 hours, which is about what it takes to weave 6 feet of scarf, if you're gonna hold something that long, you don't want it to feel like a wet kitchen sponge, you know?
Right, right.
And so I haven't woven much alpaca because of that experience, but silk definitely gets warm, and so it makes it, you know, feel good in my hands whenever I'm weaving it. And then this piece was an experiment to see if I could weave squares, which I obviously can.
Right.
But this was one of the pieces where I was using 2 different yarns, the solid maroon and then the variegated flecked stuff. And I was trying to weave little spaces of the opposite yarn into these larger spaces. So this scarf is cubey.
Yeah, cubey.
It
Now,
has these,
how do you do that? My sister-in-law does a lot of weaving, and I imagine it would be a pain in the butt because don't you have to change your shuttle or change the how do you interrupt it right in the middle of a weft or whatever you call it?
because I'm using my fingers, or
Ah,
I'm wrapping stuff around a little shuttle like this.
okay. You're not doing it on a loom, in other words.
No, I'm doing it
Or,
on a loom.
okay,
I just don't
right,
have I just don't have a complicated loom that has like an automatic shuttle that slides from
right,
one side to the other. This is my shuttle. The yarn
right.
gets wrapped like this on the shuttle.
Right.
So then whenever I feed it through the warp threads, I can just pop it up between two warp threads and say,
Ah.
this is where this color is going to stop.
And then you run it back the other direction instead of going all the way through. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
exactly. And so I can create like a straight line, or I can then bring another color in next to this one, and they create like a little, I call it like a tire tread. It's just a little pattern where the threads crisscross.
Right.
And
Because
so,
you have to have a cross thread on both halves of the you have to but a different colored thread. So yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
But
Yeah.
but since most of the weaving that I do is done with either this shuttle or just me holding on to the yarn and
Wow.
manually feeding
Yeah.
it through,
Yeah. Yeah.
then there's not a whole lot of there's no external control that I
Right.
have to stop.
Right.
All I have to do is
Yeah.
stop with my
Yeah.
hands.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and and so that's one of the reasons why when I discovered Saori weaving a few years ago, I became fascinated by the fact that I was already just using my hands for this shuttle to do
Mm-hmm.
it. And so it became really easy for me to stop and start pieces. Here's a piece that I wove a couple of years ago.
Ooh, wow.
And down here on the bottom, here are some of the tails and the
Right.
stringiness that I was talking about during my last interview, where these are the ends of the yarn that has gone through and come out on
Right.
either side, and these are just loose ends. But then down here, these are little sections that were woven side by side, so you can see where I only fed the shuttle through for a couple of inches, and then I brought it out of the warp threads, and I stopped, and I turned around, and I went back the other direction. But I was doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces, 6 strips side by side
Mm-hmm.
at the same time. And then when I got up to this point, I said, okay, that was fun. Let's stop that. And now I'm just going to weave all the way across.
Right. Right.
So,
So you started with the 6.
yeah,
I mean, yeah, and then work yourself up to 1, 6 into 1. Yeah.
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I would have thought
And
the other way around.
and this goldish thread up here is linen. I don't know if you can scoot
Yeah.
it closer to the camera.
Very soft.
This is linen thread, and then this white is wool thread, and you can see it going through the piece. These are the ends of the warp threads.
Right.
And so you can see how this creates kind of a plaid look.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I call this piece schoolgirl skirt because
Like it.
it's kind of that school uniform plaid,
Mm-hmm.
but it's obviously, a hot mess compared to what a normal school uniform would look like.
Right.
But this was my plan whenever I wove this piece, is I wanted it to look like an article of clothing, but not look like an article of clothing.
Right. Right. Right.
So I have this piece, and then hang on just a sec. I'm going to move my computer. If I can do this without creating a mess here. I have a larger version over here on my wall. This is about 4 feet long. And it has one, two, three, four, 5 strips woven side by side. And 2 of them are short, 3 of them are long. But when it comes up to here, then I started weaving all the way across again.
Mm-hmm.
But this time I was not necessarily weaving one piece for more than, like maybe 1 or 2 rows. So,
Right.
and this is the yellow linen yarn as well. This piece is called Pants.
Well, I like how you call them after clothing, and then you have scarves that are clothing that are halfway to being art. It's almost like everything you do is sort of is I like that juxtaposition of art and clothing, and you're not quite sure which is which.
Well,
You're breaking boundaries here, Susan.
one of the things that has kept me alive for a really long time is my fascination with Project Runway. The show where
Right.
where a group of people has 10 or 12 episodes, I don't remember how many, where they have to make certain articles of clothing in 24 hours or something like that. And I've been fascinated with that. And so one of the excuse me, the phrases in that show that really sticks out in my mind is the phrase, "It's a hot mess." Okay? So when I started making these pieces where I was weaving side by side, I referred to those as the hot messes because they weren't normal clothing. They were sort of clunky and messy.
Right.
I'm going to show you this last piece that's in the group here, if I can figure out how to do it. This was another piece that was woven sort of side by side. Hang on just 1 second. It's tangled up, as it should be.
So I get 7.
But this is called Blue Pinstripe Jacket. And I don't know how well you'll be able to see this because it's really a, sort of it looks like roadkill in a way. But it has 2 sleeves over here on one side.
Now, Susan, is that an actual jacket or is that a work of art or which?
This
Or
is
both?
a work of art.
Okay, yeah.
It has 2 sleeves on the right side and 1 sleeve on the left side. These were woven side by side on the loom, much like these other 2 pieces I showed you. But the idea of the blue pinstripe jacket came from something that I saw on Project Runway, where they were expected to make a suit. And so I made blue pinstripes out of the stuff that I wove.
Yeah.
So it's blue and it has a narrow white stripe in between each blue stripe. But
Right.
but anyway, this is not a wearable jacket. I would wager that anything that has 3 sleeves probably isn't.
Right. Well, Susan, we've run out of time here. Yeah, but I believe you're coming back in a little while. Let's see. You're scheduled for later next hour. So you've got your stuff there all on your website. So have people check out your website.
Okay.
And you also make face masks too, which you have on the website there. Which
Right.
maybe we'll talk about that next time. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you for coming by and spending time with us.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
We'll
Sounds
talk to you
good.
later.
Okay, Susan. Take care.
All righty.
Bye-bye. You too. Let's see here. So I've got somebody coming up here, but I need to get ready for that. There's a couple of things I need to do. So while I'm going to do that, I'm going to play. I'm going to do a poetry reading here, but this is one of my videos that I've made of a poem, and this is called "The Trees." And I guess the preface for this is that I live in the woods, and one of the things that has kept me sane all these years, we've lived here since '97, I guess. We used to drive out to the country. Now we're in the country. And one of the things that kept me sane has been trees, because I think the main thing that I like about trees is that when you're among the trees, first of all, they expect nothing of you. Secondly, you're pretty much, if you're going to walk in the woods, you're pretty much guaranteed that at some point you're going to stop and go, just like that. And you will find a sort of a lack of duty, lack of schedule, lack of, just a lack of anything except serenity. So I'm going to stop talking and just let the video go here. So I'm going to be back in a few minutes here, and we're going to interview our next guest. This is called "The Trees." The trees, they are my champions. They raise their arms to take me in. They see my cloud of doing, cloud of worry, and they wisely speak out, "David, shed your skin. Come into being, world of grace, and raise your arms to heaven. There is no other place to be than here and now. You knew but have forgotten those times that you have anxiously been holding. There is no person other than the one you are enfolding. Slip beneath the fog to stand upon the ground of your own being, which has been waiting patiently and true. If you turn your head upside down, you will see the ground is also standing upon you. There is no other world," they whisper, "and nothing in your being has to do. Nothing has to think or make or ponder or review. Simply root yourself in wonder and be dazzled as we do, and live each moment here anew." They stand in sweet array around me, my body gently touching on their own. Underground we speak through funguses and smuts, the little mini mushrooms of the elves. As a forest we may moan and turn and twist and bend within the wind, but it is not a doing, it is done. We are not other than we are. We are finally tree enough. and eternally are nothing but ourselves. No, really, you just have to. No, it's okay. No, I, no, she doesn't bite or anything. I don't think so anyway. But just for a little while. No, Professor, look. This is, it's okay. It's okay. You can do this. Professor?
Hello, Professor.
Ah, now it's you again.
Yep.
I thought it was going to be somebody else. I was hoping it would be somebody else.
No, you lucked out. You got me.
This is the worst thing that's happened to me all day. I am Professor Robert Thomas Bayard Hassenpfeffer, Emeritus. I'm sorry I can't hear you, but I have such bad tinnitus.
I don't know, but I hope whatever you have is not contagious.
Well, I'll just do all the talking. You just sit and listen. But you better pay attention or you won't know what you're missing. Do I know what I'm talking about it? No, not in the slightest. Okay, I don't want to do this anymore. You're no fun. I'm going to give you back to my friend. I don't know if he's my friend anymore. David. So
How
sorry,
can you say
Rochelle.
I'm no fun? I'm lots of fun.
Well, the professor has a different idea of fun.
Oh, okay.
No, what's fun for him is not what's fun for the rest of us. He's got a lot of growing up to do, really. He's very old, but he has a lot of growing up to do. He's grown, but he's not grown up. He hasn't grown up. Okay, in fact, he thinks you're still Susan Ferguson. I'm gonna have to tell him, no, you're not Susan Ferguson. You are
I don't think so.
Rochelle.
Yeah, I can't weave. I can't like that.
No, please don't weave. No, stay here. Stay here. Don't weave. No. Rochelle, good to see you.
I'm really happy to see you.
Good to see a sane person after dealing with him. Boy, I'll tell you. No, he's quite a handful. He's got a lot of growing up to do. Really, he thinks it's like all about me, right? Anyway. That's what the PhD will do for you if you're not careful. Well, so tell me what's going on with you. How are you doing this afternoon? We haven't talked to you in a little while, but
Well, I'm working on a commission, and I have a likeness that's fighting me.
what? You're doing for somebody else, and it's not turning out like.
Well, it's not quite there yet. Sometimes it's a wrestling match.
Well, so tell me because I have, like I say, I do some drawing and some art, but I cannot get anything to look like anybody.
It's all about relationship. Like where does the eye connect, or how does it relate to the nose, the ears? And if it's just a little bit off, then you kind of lose the likeness.
Right.
And being as how this, I think this might be a surprise. I don't want to share it just in case. But here's a portrait I'm particularly fond of.
Now that is Teddy Roosevelt.
Yes, it is.
See, now I got that one.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's all about, relationships. How do the eyes relate to each other? His mustache, where does it hit in relation to the corner of his eye? And it's getting those things down.
Right. And you're doing this mostly, a lot of people think, we use what is that, astrograph where you project it on a thing and then you just trace the projection.
Oh,
But basically, this is all just eye, it's hand-eye, and I know that, the eye tends to see things that are not the way they really are.
Yeah,
and you have to sort of trick yourself.
Word I was looking for. Everything has to coordinate a certain way.
Right.
Or it's off.
Right. Well, so what's going on with the one that you're working on? It's just something's wrong, but you can't kind of figure out what to correct or how to.
Well, it's kind of getting there, but I think her mouth might be not quite high enough. I think I may have it too low. Little bitty things that can make or break a portrait.
Details.
Yeah.
And then, so I don't know about you, but when I'm doing anything, poetry or whatever, you get to a point, like especially with drawing, because you've got something on paper, that you get to a point where you're really afraid to correct things because, you have to have the ability to erase, you can't just, you put it down there and it's there forever. You're never going to get anything done. But there gets to be a point where it's harder to correct something than it is to just to do it wrong. And you're real tempted to just go ahead. But you can't, right? You can't do that. You can't let yourself do that.
Which is why I was never really any good at sewing.
Right. Yeah.
It's like,
oh, I know what Susan does. You get halfway through that and, like my sister.
What I found works for me is probably the opposite of maybe what a teacher would tell you about watercolor. Is I will pencil in all of the details,
right?
And then I go back in and paint the tiny details first. Because if I put the shading in, I'm afraid I'm going to lose that. So and that's what's worked for me. So ever since Theodore Roosevelt.
Right. And then you go from the pencil, so you're penciling it, which you can erase and change pretty easily, and then eventually you start with your watercolor, and then do you erase the pencil afterward, or the pencil is then sort of embedded in the painting? Or
sometimes I can erase it, but usually it ends up being part of the painting.
Right.
It depends on what I'm doing. But it's sometimes it'll erase under the watercolor and sometimes it won't.
And if it doesn't, that's fine, because it basically is a line that outlines that particular shape or whatever. Right. Yeah.
So it's learning how to work with it and work on the relationship you have with the watercolor.
Right.
Saul put it so beautifully when we spoke at one of the shows, and she said, if you're fighting with the watercolor is always going to win.
Yeah. Yeah, she's talking about Saul Anzorino, which is an artist who was on our last show, and I think she'll be back for our next one. But yeah, she's also a watercolorist, and you two had shared some trade secrets and trade. What's the word? Disaster? No, things to be perils. I guess you would call them perils.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
you really just have to learn what it does, and sometimes you just have to stand back and let it do it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Which is, you know, I think that's true of any art. Um, to some extent, you know, you can't be lazy and say, "Oh, the material won't do that. I'll just let the material do what it wants to do."
Yeah,
When in reality, you don't have the ability to control the material. But on the other hand, there's some things that just happen by themselves. And
yeah, and
99
sometimes
of them turn out trashy, and then there's that one that doesn't, that just turns out perfect. So,
I don't know. I've had a lot of good luck with that, especially with the glass,
yeah,
of just letting it do. And sometimes I look back and go, "Whoa, how did that
yeah,
happen?
yeah.
That's great."
So you wind up discovering or almost inventing techniques that, you know, yeah, serendipity, right? Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's one of the joys of art is, I think, is making those little discoveries. There are no mistakes in art, right?
Well, I had an art teacher in junior high who was magnificent, and her one of her mantras was, "If you make a mistake, make it look planned."
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've heard musicians say that too. Oh, I meant to sing it that way, right?
Yeah,
That
but
was
it
that was
really does
my
work.
that was my affectation. That was my little. I did that on purpose, right?
Yeah, but it's that little philosophy has gotten me through a lot of um, perils in life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You made a mistake, but nobody knows you did. I know.
Right. Wow, where did you come up with that idea?
Uh, well, I'm just brilliant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
That's what the professor would say. Oh, I'm glad you noticed my brilliance. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I meant for it to be that way.
I meant for it to be that way. I did it on, what's that, physic? I did it on purpose. I don't have to, miss.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of that art teacher, I dedicated my book to her.
Oh, is that her?
Yeah, that's Lois
Oh, or
Spears.
a likeness of her, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, she sadly passed away before she got to see all of this happen.
Oh, that's too
So,
bad. Yeah, yeah. So where did you study with her? Was that
this was junior
school?
high, Center
Oh,
South Junior High,
wow.
and
Now,
probably the best art teacher I had, all from high to the Art Institute.
right, right. And that's not most people's experience because I think most people have a memory of art in high school, art classes, if they had them at all. In fact, Bruce, my cousin Bruce, who was just on here earlier, talked about having a really bad art teacher, that almost turned him off to art, and only because he
Oh,
later had a good one did he ever, get well.
I was
So,
really blessed from first grade on. I mean,
right,
I had a
right,
fabulous art teacher in elementary school,
right,
and that
right.
he definitely encouraged me, and then from him to Mrs. Spears on to high school, I had great art teachers.
Was that in Kansas City?
Yeah,
Kansas City? Yeah, yeah.
Center District.
Oh, okay, yeah. Center. Was it high school or
Yeah, well,
junior high? Yeah,
Center High School. I mean, Center. There were two junior highs when I went. That was
right,
before middle school. It was Center South
right,
Junior High and Center North.
right, right. Yeah, yeah. That's really a rare experience. And then I was one artist at the Pieceworks Fair that she. Anne. I don't remember. Solentrop, I think. No,
Hmm. Mm.
was it Anne? No, it might have been. No, it was Chris Mann. Chris Mann. Anyway, her experience was that she had art and she did something, took it to the art instructor, art teacher, and was struggling with it. Or I don't know if he showed it to her, or maybe the art teacher came around and watched what she was doing, and she'd been doing it for a year or so, and the art teacher said, took one look at this and at her latest thing and said, "Well, Chris, you just keep getting worse and worse every year." I know. It's like I want to cry, you know? In fact, she came to the Peaceworks Fair. I'm not rambling about this, but I think it's pertinent to artwork. She came to the Peaceworks Fair, and she was going to do interviews of the artists, and she was one of the Peaceworks people that were interviewing us. And she said, "I can't interview artists." I said, "Why not?" "Well, because I don't know anything about art. I just don't know." And then she told me that experience, and I said, "Chris, you need to do these interviews." And she, later she wrote me a couple times afterward and said, "Oh, thank you. I really appreciate the ability to get back on the horse and overcome that really hateful,
Yeah, that's
and it's so common. It's so common."
I had one art teacher, a painting teacher at the Art Institute, and he didn't do this to me, but I thought it was one of the most diplomatic ways of telling a student that his work was not good. He stands there, he looks at it for a minute, and he goes, "I really like what you tried to do."
That's the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
You acknowledge that there's some really valuable thing going on there, and we're just going to help you do it better. That's all. No shame. I like that, Rochelle. I like that a lot.
Oh,
I like that a lot.
He was
really,
great.
I'm going to remember that. I really like what you tried to do.
Yeah.
Because it very, very gently says, "Well, but you failed." I'm not going to say the word "you failed," but I like what you tried to do. All right. Let's work on actually doing it. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess I think I was lucky because I had a English teacher who filled that function for me. I didn't do a whole lot in art as a kid, I remember, but I remember an English teacher who really she just made me want to write, to made that fire, that enthusiasm. But I think we're lucky to have that. Anyway, yeah. Well, we haven't talked much about you, but that's okay. We're having great discussions this afternoon, and
You can kind of get a sense of who I am.
Well, that's what's more important than what we do, right? Who we are, I think, is more important than what we do.
And
anyway.
You want to know more? Go to my website.
That's right, Rochelle.
Go to my website.
With what I mentioned, your website there, and that you do commission work, and you do really excellent commission work. I've seen much of what you do, and I just love it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you also greeting cards, which, I do greeting cards too, but as I say about it, we need to contact each other in this coronavirus thing, and a great way is greeting cards. And if you don't get help here, get help somewhere. Go get Rochelle's card. That's right. Go get Rochelle's cards.
And
Send somebody a card.
One of the prizes.
Right.
This is a 10-pack of the Christmas cards that I sent out last year.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Well, some lucky soul is going to be able to communicate in a permanent and personal way with 10 of their peeps.
Great.
I love it. Well, Rochelle, we'll see you, I guess, on the next show. Not more. This, I think, is your last thing today, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, I sure appreciate your having come and chatted with us and stuff like that, and thank you for being a clown. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the professor.
I get it though. I get it.
He just wants to interview, but then when he gets here, he gets tired of it and wants to get out.
Yeah, so. he needs a little training.
Potty
maybe
training,
housebreaking.
Yeah, I was going to say potty training. I love it. Well, maybe someday he'll grow up. I don't know.
I don't know, but thank you for doing this.
Oh, well, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. I've had a good time here, whatever else happens. So, all right. Well, Rochelle, we're going to see you after the moon, above the moon.
I'm sure we'll be in touch.
All right. Sounds good to me. I look forward to it. See you later.
All right. Peace
Bye.
out.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rochelle, among other things, is a Star Trek fan, so we always have fun talking about that. Oh, and we have, Rochelle, if you're still listening there, my sister is saying, I loved your book. In fact, you go into the chat or comments thing. She's burning up the airwaves here talking about your book. Anyway, good to see you, Donna. Hi. I'm glad you could make it in. Anyway, we're having a good time here. And speaking of a good time, you know, I'm a crazy man, but I don't hold a candle to this next upcoming artist in the way of crazy. No, she's nuts. She's nuts. No, Paula. What? It's a good nuts, though. It's a good nuts. Hi, Paula.
Hello. No, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, you.
I think you're pretty far out there.
You put the fun back in dysfunctional.
Oh yes, yes. I have to have a whimsical part to all of this. I think
Yeah.
It makes me feel
Yeah.
a little more alive, especially during the COVID thing. It's a way of acting out and finding some joy for a few minutes anyway.
You could say that again. Yeah.
Oh, your sound went away.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Is it back?
Yeah, I hear you. There it is. There, it's stronger now.
Yeah, I turned my sound down a little bit. I thought I was getting some echo again.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure you don't have any other tabs open there, maybe.
I will cut off my. Yeah. So I did away with my emails. So I brought something not for sale, but and so.
Ooh.
This is the original pastel. I'm trying to make it so that it's.
Oh yeah.
I
can see it. I can see it pretty well. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the original pastel that then became the scarf that I have on. So that's how for making the 12 designs. I did the photo, did the drawing, worked with a graphic artist who could work with the computer to replicate the design because it's 80 inches by 15 and each side of the scarf is the same and turns in the middle. And then we put on each scarf, whichever design it is. Oops, just a moment. Somewhere here.
Yeah.
We have my signature. Whoops, I'm still going opposite of where I should go.
I know. Cameras are backwards.
Yeah. So there it is, but it's not easy for me to hold this right. But it says Paula Winchester 2015 copyright. So that's. So if people are interested in how I get from, seeing the object, taking the photo, making the pastel, making the scarf, that's, and there's many steps in between, I can tell you.
Right.
So, but I have 6 designs left of my 12. I started in 2009 doing these. These are charmeuse silk, so it's a heavy-weighted satiny silk, and it's silk made in India, and this is printed in India. So I worked with a fabric artist to get this all done over there. So I have 6 designs still left, and they come in various colors, from the blue and brown, the more pastel, the brilliant blue. This one here with the blue. That is a design of the tree peonies at the Linda Hall Library. If you're a person who likes to go to Linda Hall Library when the tree peonies are in bloom, this is Kosomini, and I was so taken by this flower. I took a photo, and I thought, okay, I can knock this out in 45 minutes. I was working on it. It took 10 hours for me to draw one flower, which then became this scarf.
Nice, nice,
It was
nice.
also many colors. The more I looked at it, more colors. So I also brought out a different lunchbox purse than the sriracha sauce one. This is a vintage purse, and again, it has the shoulder strap that I've added, and inside, it's fully lined. You notice the title of this one says, "I need my space." So here's the paper inside are whales because they need their space. And then there's trinkets inside the lunchbox. This is a book cover. I've got cards, and I got a pen for you to, do your own writing if that's what you need. So, and then hanging on the outside is a little doodad that is like a little watering can with pencils in it. Not real pencils. This is more of a resin design. So for a person who's saying, I need my own space so I can do my own writing, that's the box for them.
That would be a writer. Yeah, you need a writer.
I need a writer.
We're gonna have to find a writer. So all that stuff comes with the purse, right?
Yeah, each purse is a little different because of its personality.
Right, right.
So, and that's all indicated. So each purse shows you a photo like this, and then it opened up so you can see the interior paper and the trinkets that are in there. So, yeah. So I also wanted to show you something else. Again, this is not on my website either, and again, it's behind glass, so we're gonna have some problems.
No, I can. It's you're good. Yeah, yeah.
So,
there you go. Yeah.
This is watercolor, and this is called the bunkhouse at Matfield Green, and this is down in Matfield, Kansas. And this is going to go into the Buttonwood Gallery show called Nature's Bounty that starts in January, I believe. I drop it off on December 16th. So I do watercolor as well, but it's always an experiment how it happens. But I actually had to stand up holding the paper on a little thin board, have the watercolor paints also on the board in a prairie wind. So I had to maneuver my body so that the paint would go the right direction.
Wow.
So this is kind of the plein air artwork that I do, and have participated in the Brush Creek Art Walk events that are held in September, where you are drawing outside. So there's I just try to do all kinds of things. Not necessarily my great at anything, but I certainly have a good time.
Well, I love the plein air thing. It's almost like the weather becomes a part of your painting, right?
Yeah. Oh gosh, I tell you, that was. And I also had a dog on a leash that was getting rather restless. So I know that I have about 45 minutes of his quiet time before he starts wondering, when are we moving on to the next adventure? So I just thought, since that's going into a show, I would bring that out and show you the original pastel that then becomes got made into a scarf. The other things I have are the wrist warmers, of which you can see 100% cotton. This is my personal pair, and that's the Ladybird Beetles, but to show you one that's up for sale, the appropriate timing is Weeping Hearts. And these are hand painted, this particular pair, with Swarovski crystals and fabric paints, where others might be pressed leaves and then paint and Swarovski crystals. Could be a whole combination of the foil, the paint, the crystals. So you just have to find a pair that you like that has meaning to you, if you wish those. And they really do help keep your wrist warm. And there's a point here in your wrist that if you keep it warmer, it will actually keep your body warmer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes I have to take them off because I'm getting too warm and
Wow.
you know, cool off. So
Right.
they're fun. And you know, I figure if you're gonna need a little something extra, or the over the elbow part ones that are good for bicyclists, I figure, okay, if you're bicycling, you might as well have art on your arms, right? So
Yeah, I like the wearable art idea.
yeah. Any way
Yeah.
you can do it. Now we can't wear our catnip toys, but we do have them. This is the zippy pepper, so it's the long one. We have a carrot. We have a strawberry. We have the bambino eggplant, and we have for the tea lover's feline catnip tea bag.
I like that.
So that if people go on my website, besides the art, there are 5 different trips you can take with me
Right.
through some photos. Not too long. I don't want to bore anybody because I've traveled the world studying tea. So I do have some tea accessories on my website, and when I travel, I get subscriptions from people who are interested in tea, and I bring back a suitcase full of tea and then parcel it out. But they can go on those trips. So I've been to China, Taiwan, India 3 times, Japan, to Santa Fe, to a Japanese tea ceremony organization, the Urasaki School meets. And
Wow.
so I do Japanese tea ceremonies. I do those at Loose Park Garden Center whenever we can get back in there into their 2-mat tea room. So I'm the tea sensei. You probably have somebody waiting to get on, and I'm just chattering around.
No, actually, I don't. I've got a few minutes to do native lightning, but we got a moment or two. But I just wanted to quickly bring up your website here and show people
Okay.
that.
Yeah, follow
Uh,
Winchester Enterprises.
yeah, there. Am I there?
Yeah, there
I'm
I am.
there, by golly. Yeah. And so, yeah, this is her website.
And if you go
Getting.
over to online store, that will show you all the various categories.
Yeah. We got all kinds of stuff here.
And I want to
Lunchbox
particularly
purses.
show you the headshot up here at the top. Can David? There you go. That is not fake. That is not Photoshop. That is all real plants in my hand. So that was working with a professional photographer, cosmetic person, and hairstylist for 8 hours to get these shots.
Wow. No, I love that picture. It reminds me of some kind of a Greek goddess thing or something like that. You know, like who is the goddess of the spring? Aphrodite, or I can't remember my Greeks.
No, but
yeah.
These are the pastel prints, and
Right.
I have watercolor postcards. And
Yeah, this is nice here.
Water postcards.
Right.
In the packet of watercolor postcards, a little further down, those are all done. I was actually standing in the ocean sometimes making the drawing, and there's 15 different postcards in each packet. And then the Beatrix Potter one, so there's 15 different ones in there.
Right.
And
Okay. Yeah.
they're not all the same. They're all different. And then the Beatrix Potter one, those are there's 4 in a packet for those. And
Let's see where.
yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So and every one of those is different too. And every packet has a pressed leaf in it. This is handmade paper that I did with Beatrix Potter stickers. And I think these are postcards. But you could frame them if you wanted.
Right, right. And you made the paper as well, right, Paula?
Yes, yep, we made the
Yeah,
paper
yeah.
as well. So they were
Yeah,
just
really
really
nice.
fun for me to make because I'm a reader for the Beatrix Potter Society, and I have gone to senior living community places and given a PowerPoint on the tale of Beatrix Potter
Right.
and haul around all this stuff having to do with her. And those are all on hold while we wait for this thing to be over. So,
Right, right, right.
well, anyway, I
Yeah.
appreciate that people come visit.
Oh, well, I appreciate seeing all your stuff. I really didn't, I knew about half of what you did, but not the whole gamut. So this was a nice little tour. And
Well, I
yeah.
appreciate you, David, for
Oh, yeah.
doing all this.
Well, and I know, Paula, you have tried to get into one of these shows for, you've been working hard there, getting your IT, your computer and
Worked
everything
out.
working. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
So,
but this is my office. The stuff will all go back into boxes and cubicles and things waiting for orders to come in, and I ship by click and ship USPS standard mail or priority mail depending on what we need. So there we are. I appreciate anybody that
yeah,
checks
yeah,
in.
yeah. Well, and it sounds good, Paula. And some of them are going to go back into boxes, but some of them are going to go out the door at USPS to different people. So I hope so anyway.
All right,
So go
David.
check out Paula's website,
And
and
if you want these kinds of things, I bought these at the dime store, the new dime store in Brookside, but this was last year. So whether
yeah,
they'll have them again, I don't know. I haven't been out much,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so I
I
turned them
know
on.
none of don't fit. We've none of us have been out much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and right now I feel like even less going out. So
Yep. Yep.
I
Yep.
want to give you a kiss, David.
All right. Sounds good.
Bye.
We'll see you later. Bye. All right. We got. Well, we got a couple of art. We got an artist coming out here, a real artist. I mean, no, we're all a real artist. I'm going to show a brief clip here, just because. Let's see what time. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not running out of time. It's we're pretty good. We got a time, and then we got a mystery segment. I don't know if that. Actually, there's okay. David, just stop talking and do. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to bring some stuff up. And just show a brief little video of Skyboy, what Skyboy does. Okay, this is about my poetry, and I'm going to share this little video with you and then take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk to Lindana Stamitz. We're not going to talk to her, but she's not feeling very well today, so I'm gonna be her for a while. So here we go. This is my. Let me get this up here. I'm going to show you this, and this is a typical day in the life of a poet. So here you go. I'm going to stop sharing here for a minute because somebody has said they can't hear the video, the audio here. So this is our fourth mistake of the day. I think you should congratulate us that we have only had 4 today, but so I'll play the video a little bit later. I think I probably forgot to click something or another. So I wanted to go to one of the other artists, and she emailed me this morning and said, I'm not feeling very well. But she is in the show, and her website is down below there. And so I wanted to kind of show you some of her stuff. Her name is Crystal Steinmetz. Native Lightning is her business name. And she is a Native American who specializes in Native American art. So I'm going to show you some of her wonderful stuff here. And the theme of this whole show today is Season of Light. So I think you will agree that that Crystal does a pretty good job of embodying that theme. This is, she makes sun catchers. Whoops, let me back up here. She makes sun catchers that are basically geodes. I don't think she does this, but they're cut, sliced through, and they have enough translucence that they let the light shine through. And then she decorates them with beads and feathers and different Native American traditions. Let me see, she got some others here. I'm going to run you through all of these, I guess. Let me find some other, well, okay, while I'm here. So she also does greeting cards of her own photography of nature, and you can see some just really wonderful, very colorful and very well balanced photographs here that she's taken. And in addition to sun catchers, I think these are called dream catchers, a Native American tradition that you hang this over somebody's bed because there are good and bad dreams floating all around, and when you're asleep, they both come in. But if you have a dream catcher above you, then only the good dreams come through right at the center, right about there. Good dreams can get through that, but bad dreams are stopped at the gate there. So that's what those are for. And again, it's really kind of unusual. I've never seen one quite like this. She's got a leather, framework there, that solid leather framework, and hanging feathers from it and beads. Just very nice. And let's see here. There's some more. Whoops. That's mistake number 5 there. There's another sun catcher. You can tell this is just made for the light, isn't it? Beautiful stuff. And so I think there's a whole series of sun catchers here that just incredible. And he's got a nice turtle hanging off of that one. So her website is right below there, and even though she's not feeling real well today, I think she's taking hot baths, and she's going to be with us in one of our next shows. It's just a delightful individual, and makes some wonderful, wonderful work. I mean, these are just incredible, colorful, and so anyway, her Etsy page is down below there, and you're going to be able to see all these items on there, or those that aren't sold so far. She also makes native medicine bags, which can probably double as a little clutch purse or a little man bag, as we call them. That's guys who like to carry little satchels and stuff like that. And here she does feathers customized to the person. She did one for me, and I discovered that Native American language does not have the same pronunciation and what is the word, phonetics, as English. And so she had to translate my name, David, into something that sounded like Dawida, Dawid. And the three characters that represent that. And she put them on a feather for me, and I'm going to have to pick that up at some point from her. But she was very generous with her artwork. So anyway, go check her stuff out. And also does painting. I don't know how much of the painting is represented, on her website, but just really nice, attuned to nature. So anyway, I didn't want her to go unrepresented today just because she's feeling under the weather. So we're going to wish her well. And you can go down, and she's got an email address there, and you can email and say, Crystal, I hope you feel better. Just send her an email, make her feel better. It's kind of a blah day in Kansas City, a little gray. It's just been drizzling the last couple hours here. And so if you wanted to email her or go to her website and scroll through her stuff, I think you would make her day. So anyway, so let me back out of this and get back to what we're doing, because we're going to talk to Bruce Bayard. And you might say to yourself, gee, that name is familiar. Bayard. Where does that come from, I wonder? Well, it's French, actually. If it turns out it's French. And the story as I heard it, and I got this directly from Bruce's mouth, as well as my own, it's French. And it was back in France when people only had first names, as I remember, and there was a serf or a peasant in a manor, and the manor belonged to a Chevalier du Bayard, the knight of the Bayard. And at some point, the French government said, all right, enough of this first name only. We got to establish, everybody's got to pick a last name. And so this peasant didn't have any last name, so he took the last name of his esteemed manor, what is it called? I don't know what they are, Chevalier, this important person, right? VIP. And so when I was a kid, I heard, we're descended from French nobility. Well, the story is a little different, but we took on the nobility, right, Bruce? We are noble, right?
We're noble as heck.
We're noble as all get out, man. I don't know. What do you know about that? I mean, that was the story I heard, and that's how we got our name.
Well, I wouldn't say that you heard that version from me, but I've heard some form of that version.
Yeah. I was teasing about hearing it from you because.
Okay.
But I do that. I tease a lot. So anyway.
Yeah, since this is going on the internet, I don't want to spread false information.
That's true. Because once it's out there, it's out there. I know.
But what I do know is that after all of that stuff happened, our great something or other aunt, perhaps, married Peter Stuyvesant.
Right.
Her name was Judith Bayard, and her brother married Peter's sister or something. It was one of those weird, brother and sister marriages.
Right.
So we do come from a little bit of nobility, where Peter Stuyvesant, who was the brutal governor of New Amsterdam at one point, he came in to create law and order.
Oh, which is it's now New York, right? What was then? Is that right? New Amsterdam, right?
Yeah. And
New York.
I was down in before I had learned all of that, I was down in Curacao, which is an island off of Venezuela, and that's a long story, but I was in their maritime museum there, reading about this peg-legged, brutal Dutch captain or leader of some sort.
Right.
He was down there convalescing because he had lost a leg or something, and I'm conflating this story too, I'm sure. But so he got called up to rein in the hoodlums in New Amsterdam, and so he was ruling with an iron fist. And I think Judith was, from my understanding, a little bit of the temperament,
Temperamental, or
well, she was softening the blow. And I like to think that we come from the more gentle side of
trying to rein him in a little bit and
yeah.
say, now calm down, buddy, calm down. Yeah. And so this was the brother of Peter Stuyvesant, who had married the sister of Peter Stuyvesant's wife. Did I got that right? A brother and sister who married
Judith.
Yeah.
Judith Baird married Peter Stuyvesant.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
so we're directly descendant from them.
Yeah, so that when you're talking about Argentina, that's the same Peter then, in both stories. Yeah, that was
Venezuela, the island
Venezuela.
off of Venezuela called Curacao.
Yes, okay.
Which is a little Dutch island down in the Caribbean there. It's a really wonderful place, actually. There's some terrific architecture that has been patinaed by the weather and the salt air and what have you. It's a pretty interesting place to wander around.
Yeah. Nice. Well, this is so. Yeah, I like the fact that we're descended from nobility and from the gentle side of nobility. Well, so while you're here, I'll mention it's Bruce Baird. This is my cousin. Yes, that's why the name sounds so familiar. And he's an artist up in Oregon. You are an artist in Oregon. I'm talking to them, but say he's an artist in Oregon. But so now it's third person all of a sudden, which
I'm
feels
following
impersonal. Well, okay, you're anyway. And so I wanted to show your website so we could real quickly kind of get some of your work displayed here. Hold on, let me get that to happen. Still have Paula Winchester's, let's see, website, V.A. Baird. I think I've actually done pretty good this time, Bruce. Like I say, at some point, you're just going to have to not be in the show, and you're going to have to be my tech support, backup. Nah, I'd rather have you in the show. Never mind. I'll just keep doing this. Shut up, David. Work. Get to it. All right, there's your website. All right. I'm going to share your website. Yay. All righty. There we go. Let me get it here. Okay. Because you got what you have. The website is his website address takes you to this page, the address that's below, and you got all kinds of 9x7 and prints for sale. And so yeah, this is your first one, the weekly press. Well, go ahead. I'll let you describe what's going on. Part of the series, right?
These are all prints, but they are originals in that the artwork is done in the computer by combining photography and other things in Photoshop and then printing them out. So they aren't an original oil painting that's then reproduced and printed, right. Or a straight photograph, although the ones towards the bottom are quote unquote straight photography. But the ones that you're looking at now are composites or image collages that I've done over the years. This series, the weekly press, was done back in the mid 2010s, I guess it was, or early 2010s. And it was a series of 1,000 images. The idea being I wanted to create a project where I could explore Photoshop in a deeper way and come out at the other end of this series with different ways of working. And what that wound up being was I turned to video and time-based works. And the way that that happened was as I was scrolling through these images, when I had about 500 of them, I was scrolling through them with a browser, an image browser, and realized that it was an image sequence that I was creating. You know, when you go out and you take a camera, put it on a tripod, and take a picture of the sky every couple seconds,
Right.
you have an image sequence. But if you take any images and put them into a video time frame, you have an image sequence. And I put all of these 1,000 images into an image sequence, and there were when I did it originally, it was 10 images per second, and so they were going by really fast.
Mm-hmm.
And but it gave me the idea that what I could be doing with these images is having them relate to each other. And these that I've chosen don't really relate to each other, but there's sections in these 1,000 images that do relate to each other, yet they change, and so they become kind of like a flip book. When you flip through them, they create a moving video.
Right.
Like
In
I
fact,
say,
because I remember. I was going to say I remember. I've been through these images, and there will be some where you'll have 10 or 15 here in a row, and there will be the top will stay the same and the bottom will change, or the top will change just a little bit and the bottom will be totally different, or vice versa. And some common elements will appear here, and then they're different, the same elements, but they're different sizes. And they did seem like related as you were doing them, that it was sort of a sequential thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that
So-
started happening after I realized that I was creating a big, huge sequence. So I started playing around with that, and what can I do to make it interesting as it moves through time? So
I
from
didn't
there,
realize
I've
that.
started creating videos that are made in such a way that they do have a tendency. Yeah, there you go.
Here, but we're doing this.
We need to give a warning now for stroboscope.
My wife's sister would have an epileptic fit right about now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these images are, for the most part, they're photo collages or composites, where I'm using multiple images from photography, from found paper. This one in particular that you have up, obviously, is a magnolia blossom.
Right.
But
Photograph.
Photograph.
Right.
But it also has some privacy envelope from a print from a privacy envelope. It's that Japanese wave pattern. And then there's a grid pattern running throughout the whole thing, which has, it's an envelope from a X-ray chart. So if somebody's, if there's
the background here, what's these lines? You mean?
Yeah. There's some lines in there. It's basically an envelope with this chart on it, and I can't remember all the words that are in there, but if you examine it up close, it has to do with X-raying body parts and notations that a doctor would make. So it was you could.
I'm messing up here. Trying to get it won't, huh?
Yeah, you may not be able to.
Yeah, okay. It gets smaller. Whoops. Now, yeah. Let me.
But if you go to the website, if I encourage people to go and they enlarge it themselves, they can put it into full frame and start to see the detail.
Right. Yeah.
So this piece has a
where
number
were
of
we?
photos in it. The center panel is Idaho skyscape, and you and I share that love of big sky country. And then the top panel and bottom panel actually feature the inside of a boxcar, the rust pattern in there. And the bottom piece is another cloud photograph, which as I was hanging out the window and taking pictures, I wasn't really consciously aiming it at anything. I was just taking pictures of the cloud, and happened to catch a road sign with the up and down arrow there.
So that's part of the photo. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you did something hinky to the clouds too. They're blue, or you did.
Well, in the bottom portion, what's happening is that the two photos, the train rust and the clouds, are interacting in a reverse pattern.
Ah, okay, I got you. As you're
Same.
doing different layers in Photoshop. So.
Lots of layers and different
Right.
blending modes is what they're
Right.
called.
Right. Very nice. And then let's see. So you got this whole series here, and down here, which is, at first I looked at these, Bruce, and it's like, oh, they're so dark and negative, but really, they're really not. But you do call this the disintegration series.
Well, things do fall apart,
Yeah.
and so this is my my celebration of that.
Right.
I do love the way things fall apart that are man-made in particular. You know, when things start disintegrating, they take on this real interesting beauty to me.
They're reverting back to nature. Right. Yeah, this is a really delightful series. And
So yeah, there is some light and hope in these. This one in particular, Monument Valley, is a really special place.
mm-hmm.
And the overlays there are of a skylight, and it's like fluorescent light bulbs reflected in some plexiglass vitrines, you know, for sculptures.
Right, right. And two separate images, the blue and the yellow, are two separate things then.
No, actually, it's one image. The blue is from the skylight being reflected, and the yellow are from the fluorescent lights.
Okay, yeah. I got you. Okay. I see what I see what you're saying. There's a sheet of acrylic. And then down here you got your well-loved industrial, looks like rivets or something on a plate of steel, or
Yeah, it's from a shipyard in Crescent City.
yeah.
They have a lot of ships up in dry dock while they're getting repainted and repaired, and that's
Whoops.
coming from that.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, and you are a madman for, I would almost call it dumpster diving, which is, it probably is, right?
Yeah.
The first thing, instead of diving for the stuff in the dumpster, you go for how the inside of the dumpster itself looks. That's where you would go.
Or
That's
even
where
the
you
outside of the dumpster.
Even the outside, right. But the inside's going to be much more interesting, right? Because it's all rusted and really rotted. And you've had orange juice spilled in it and who knows what else. Anyway, yeah, I mean, really, like I say, Bruce, the more I see, and I like the different layers of, I know it's just Photoshop layers, but it actually looks as if one thing. And you can see there's a landscape in the background, and there's some stuff in the foreground. I just love it. Whoops. I'm sorry, I got spilled out of there. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, just lovely stuff. And then our last thing here, we're going to visit down here to the moving train section, which is time-lapse, not time-lapse, but long exposure photos taken of your beloved trains, right?
Yeah, we live right on the railroad tracks here in Ashland, and the train goes by a couple times a day. It changes schedule throughout the year, but a lot of times it's running pretty early in the morning. You know, it'll be, you know, just as the sun is rising, or maybe a little before that. And with that low light and a long shutter and pointing the camera at the train as it's moving by, panning the camera as the train is going by. And so focusing on one place on the train, pictures like this come up. Obviously, they're always surprising to me. I never know what I'm going to get. And they're not treated in Photoshop at all, other than to make the colors nice and saturated, and the values with detail in the shadows and highlights. So I'm balancing those things with Photoshop, but I'm not collaging or treating them in any other way.
Otherwise, straight out of the camera.
Straight out of the camera. Lots of motion, lots of energy involved.
Right. Well, very nice. Yeah, like that's just very simple. You can see the part of the train that used
shadow
to be there.
Of the train there.
Yeah, really nice, really nice.
Thanks.
Okay, well, folks, go to the website, check it out, and we will have to see you next show, I guess, Bruce. Gosh, it's been nice. What time is it? It's about 2:30, I think now, isn't it? Let me look at the clock here.
It's 2:10 my time.
It's Oh, that's right. It's only 2:10. See, it's really early. No, this happens to me every time. I come in and an hour goes by, and all of a sudden it's 5 o'clock. So anyway, we're coming up on it. Well, thank you for your help with the show. Very much appreciated.
Sure.
And all the times that you caught me putting the wrong banner on the right person and the right banner on the wrong person and all that good stuff is very appreciated.
It's been fun, David.
Yeah.
And I appreciate all the energy you put into it.
Oh, well, I'm getting it back. Thank you. All right, Bruce, we'll see you next show, right?
Okay.
All right. Look forward to it. See
Bye,
you
Dave.
later. Bye. Patrick, we meet again.
Hey, David. How you?
Yeah, good. It's only 2:10 now, so we got the whole day ahead of us, Patrick.
Yeah.
Well,
Something like that.
yeah. It has gone by pretty quickly for me. I don't know about you, but yeah. This is very different than the what is it called? The Booth Central show.
Oh, yeah.
And I hope it works, but one of the things I like about it is people don't have to sign emails or do anything out. And anyway, it's been fun for me. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Yeah.
I'm having a blast, definitely.
Oh, good. Well, so one of the things, we can talk about our work, but just in terms of art, what you had a sort of a story of your starting your artwork that was in the way of healing some stuff, and so if you don't mind, if you wanted to share some of that, what that was like for you starting to do painting. Yeah.
I would absolutely love to. I started painting actually while I was in rehab for alcoholism. I had lost control inside of priorities in my life, and so actually at the end of 2018, that December, I went to Texas, spent a month in rehab. And one of the electives, of course, was art therapy. And I did it as a whim. I've always done theater. I make theater still. But I had never been great. I had never, to that point, been excelled at all in visual art. And so I was starting to paint, and the tremors in my hands were so terrible that I couldn't hold the paintbrush. And I started getting frustrated. I started getting upset, and one of the counselors, teachers, whatever you would like to call them, comes up and sees that frustration, and he goes, all right, who said you had to use a paintbrush? And I say, okay, cool. And I started painting with the paper towels. And suddenly I was in there every class I could. I was trying to get in there even when the door was closed. Um, I and I haven't stopped painting since. I mean, to be honest, that's the reason my work has such a wide variety, and I don't focus on one thing. And I paint for different reasons, things that are going on in my life, whether it's to celebrate, to mourn, to to just show my absolute happiness, or to deal with the sadness I feel. And so, because of that, painting became a coping mechanism, and now it's turned into really the center focus in my life.
Wow, that's the story. Wow. I mean, if there's any better story about what art, art and healing, I have yet to hear it. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I'm struck too by how, that you were frustrated in trying to do it the right way with the paintbrush, right? And that your instructor had the sense to say, no, do what works for you, whatever works for you. And that sounds like how you've done it since then too. Yeah.
Yeah, that really opened the floodgates for me, and has given me a pretty unique perspective both on art and life, in that it's not a matter of doing it, as you said, the right way. It's a matter of finding exactly what works for me at what time, and enjoying it, whatever I'm doing, whether it's painting or otherwise.
Yeah, your painting has a real fiery energy to it, that I really like. I mean, I saw your paintings of cityscapes originally, but in fact, what I see behind you there is just a heck of a variety of stuff. So what are you working on lately that's the most exciting for you?
I'm doing a piece, a cityscape of Chicago, but in terms
Mm-hmm.
of the color scheme of it all, I have found a way to put the Chicago flag as a cityscape. So I have essentially the buildings in white, and outlined slightly and softly the 4 red stars, and then above them, of course, I have the blue sky and the clouds above that for the last stripe of white. And so I love doing things like that. I have a French flag somewhere, where each of the stripes, if you turn it to its side, one is the side of or the skyline of Paris, and another side is the skyline of the barricade from Les Mis.
Of the what?
I love doing the barricade from Les Miserables.
Ah, okay.
So I love doing interdisciplinary tie-ins if I can. For a while I was doing a series on different works of literature. So I had the 2 men standing in black and white by a tree for Waiting for Godot. Like I said, I did Les Miserables.
Right.
Yeah, I really have had my finger in every pot I can, and I continue working that way.
Yeah, it sounds pretty exciting.
Yeah, it really is.
It keeps us from getting bored, right, Patrick? Right.
Oh yeah.
I used to steal hubcaps.
The word bored doesn't really enter my vocabulary. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Well, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna pull your website up here because I wanted to look at that again. We looked at that earlier, but
Perfect.
There's a lot to explore in there. So hold on here. Let me grab that and pull it up on the screen here, the big screen. Oh, your website wants me to use cookies. That's okay. I call them biscuits, right?
Biscuits?
Yeah, no, cookies. Your website said, "Do you accept cookies?" It's like, yeah, I do. What do you got? Like chocolate chip? What kind do you got here? What do you got?
All
What
of
do
the
you got?
cookies. All the
I'll
cookies
take
for you,
all the
David.
cookies. Hey, I'll take cookies anytime. Yeah. So, yeah. And yeah, like I was saying, when I first came in here, I didn't realize the, the extent to which you have all sorts of different. I mean, look at this. My gosh. Let's see. I don't know if I can do that with the browser, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, and this is not actually. You talk about using paper towels. You're not using a brush here, are you?
No, so that actually was all of the cool colors there were originally intended to be a sort of drip painting.
Right.
And I finished. I wasn't. Some things got smeared. I wasn't super happy with it, but I decided to do a background and flip it upside down, and now we have some nice abstract mountain peaks.
So this here, the dark background was the original painting, and this here is that. Do I have that right? Or
So it originally was upside down.
Oh, okay,
It was
yeah.
upside down. It was a white canvas, and I did the cool paintings dripping down.
yeah. So this
and
you start
I wasn't supremely
yeah, I'm
happy
sorry.
with the result.
Right. So
No,
this,
go ahead.
in other words, well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
So in other words, this was the top. Let's see if I can do it. If you can see my mouse, this was the top where the drip started, and this is the drip going down there.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I love to know how to do things. This is amazing to me. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was one of those pieces that was sitting around my studio for probably 6 months. Ended up in the back of some stack where I wasn't happy with it. It didn't make me, it didn't spark any joy. But I finally saw it from another perspective, and that changed everything.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I know what that's like. And some things you just love out of the gate, some you don't. And then some, like you say, you can pull out and maybe you realize what it was that didn't work about them and correct it. And then yeah. It's like pulling pottery out of the
Exactly.
kiln, right? You just don't know what to expect. Well, this is real colorful, and it looks like almost every painting is some different technique.
Yeah. So
I mean, to
this
some extent,
most
right?
recent series that I've put on my website, these are paintings that either needed some retouches or I think I sort of forgot and did a few adjustments on and just got these up. So some of these I've been working on for a couple years, or nearly a couple years, whereas almost all the cityscapes are here within the past year or so.
Right. Yeah, and let's see. Do you have? I'm going to see if you have some of the cityscapes here as well, or are they? Because they're mostly commission, right? Or
yeah,
it-
they're generally commission. If you actually go to my artist page, you should
okay,
be
there
able
we go.
to see some featured pieces.
Oh yeah, here they are.
Yeah.
Here they are. Yeah. Yeah, this is so sweet. Just really, really evocative work, Patrick. I'm amazed. And so these are. There's the one that's right behind you. And you said this was a
Yeah.
coronavirus or lockdown. What did you call it?
It's a quarantine series.
Quarantine, yes,
and
right.
Yeah, and any of those sort of silhouette figures are all
like this guy here.
They're all semi self-portraits. That one definitely is a self-portrait.
Right.
But as you were speaking with someone else much earlier in the day, even though none of them intended to be self-portraits, they all really sort of, I ended up painting myself in them, and a lot of how I was feeling at the beginning of this year and this continued chaos.
Right. Yeah, and I think it was Beth, I think, was talking about how I was asking her if that painting is you, and she said, well, it didn't intend it to be, but that's sort of what comes out of the gate. And I think this one you had talked.
It's not me.
No, say again. Oh, this is not you.
I said it's not me. Oh, no.
I'm sorry. No, I was.
No. Why the long face? I know. It's. So that one that was on my wall here, not actually in my studio. It's in our bedroom. That one I have a lot of trouble parting with, but because of that, I end up doing a lot of these commissions. This is actually my third and my largest of the BoJack.
Right.
And it's really nice and textured, and right now the only thing that's on it are oil pastels. But what I'll end up doing, because I use molding medium on here before, or on top of the wood panel, is I'll end up sanding down all of him and doing some nice shadows, some nice beaten up textured work, and have some fun.
Yeah. So texture, you use something that's thicker than oil that basically sort of makes a landscape there, or a texture, right? Is that?
Yeah, it's so it's just paint medium. It's a molding medium, and so it's almost like if you try to paint, you can mix your acrylics with it and get different colors going, but it's almost like painting with icing.
Right.
So what on pieces like that, I just threw down a layer of that. Didn't try to make it flat necessarily at all. And then there are oil pastels that I put to make that rainbow. And then what'll happen now is within the actual figure, I'll sand all that molding down and have a flat surface to be able to paint a horseman, BoJack horseman.
Yeah. Layers and layers, and then taking layers off and adding layers, and yeah. And you had talked about BoJack Horseman too. That's one of the things I intend to do, is to go Google that and check out those cartoons. He sounds like my kind of character too, and I had heard something about that BoJack Horseman, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty star-studded cast, but it's on Netflix if you check out the pilot. But it was a really important part of my life in that it helped teach me exactly how, I'm going to phrase it strangely, how not unhappy I am anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you just said a mouthful, Patrick.
Something like that.
I've got a couple of poems with that. One of them goes, happiness is not so much discovered as it is uncovered. You know, that I think, I don't know, that what you said, but that happiness is something that we keep thinking we're looking for, and it's more like it's been there all along and we've been getting in the way of it, you know, that sort of a thing. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go check out what is it?
BoJack Horseman.
BoJack Horseman. Yeah, I like it. And it's animated, but then it's got stars that do the voiceover. Is that what? Yeah.
It's very much for adults, and I can't believe that one takeaway you and I are having is I might have made you a BoJack Horseman fan.
I'm on the
It's been a
dark
good
side
day.
now. No,
It's been a good
you've
day
turned me.
If only that happened.
Well, I'm honored then because I think it's going to happen. Like you were saying earlier, we don't get bored, and trying all kinds of different things. I'm up for anything. So we're going to go check out BoJack Horseman. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love your work, Patrick, and I'm glad you're doing commissions. So if
appreciated.
people want to go down, check your
Oh,
website.
please.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say I am doing a 20% discount
Right.
on commissions through this weekend. Also, keep an eye out on my social media, on my website. I'm going to be doing throughout the week different Black Friday-esque sales and specials. And
Right.
Right. If you want something a little more personalized this year to make up for the fact that people aren't going to be out shopping at Dark 30, then I would love to help you out.
Yeah, well put. All right. Well, hope that you gain from it, but you're saying you've already gained lots of fun from it and lots of satisfaction. So I appreciate it. All right, sounds good, Patrick.
Absolutely.
We will see you. You'll see you anon.
Can't thank you enough, David.
Oh well, my pleasure.
Yes, thank
my
you.
pleasure.
I'm so dearly appreciate you.
Yeah. Well, and
Have
back
a good
at
one.
you, man. Back at you. Yeah. See you later. Okay, let's see. We're about 15 minutes late, but that's okay. We got 2 artists coming up yet. And just so that I can last the last little bit here on our show and be fully present in the moment, or hopefully so, I'm going to take a little break here, and I'm going to run one of my videos here while I'm taking a break, so I can go take on some water and maybe let off some water here. Let's see. Whoops. Let's do this right here. Bear with me, sports fans. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. There we go. Okay. All right. So this is, I write poetry, and poetry is all about feelings. So if you're going to write poetry, you're going to have them. And as any of you who have tried that know, it's not an easy thing. So this, whoopsie, hold on, let me try this again. Oops, boom. So this represents a day in the life of a poet. And I tried to play this before, but the sound wasn't up. So I'm going to rely on people to tell me. Maybe my sister can tell me if she doesn't hear this, and then I'll know. So I'm going to share this, boom, and I'm going to start running it. Let's see. Okay, ba-doom, ba-doom. I think we're ready. All right, here we go. Let's see, Donna, if you're there, I'm going to start running this, and if you don't hear it, let me know. So I've taken 3 typical days in my life and condensed them into 3 minutes. So take a look-see here to this video and kind of get an idea about what it's like being a poet. Maybe you want to try it. Anyway. Okay. On their gentle faces grows a wisdom that is whispered on the ceaseless wind. How beautiful you are to me. You shine like the sun. Would you like a poem about? I got a poem about it. I understand, I think, though I sure don't like it. But then I am not me. Oh, ma'am. Oh, you are a poem. I don't need to write a poem about you. You are a poem. What? Thank you, ma'am. Tearing at our hearts with an innocence, a longing.
I'm gonna live life lusty, and I'm gonna live life bold. Not gonna let my ship get rusty. Never gonna let my heart grow
Damn it. Cheese and crackers got all muddy. Arrgh! Universal, 2 bodies in the water. Thank you. And then when a young maiden got crop, and from her a melody. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Snot running down his nose. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate all that you do for me. Woo! Yeehaw! So that's my life in a nutshell. Fun, huh? You want to try it yourself? I think you'll enjoy it. If you want to see more of my work, go to skyboyphotos.com. Check out my calendars, my 3 books of poetry, 4th one coming out soon, and my photography. I hope to see you there. Take care. Let's see here. Let me put. Oops. There I am. I'm back. Okay, I just want to let you know a disclaimer here. That video was not at all fun to make. It was hard work. I didn't enjoy a minute of it. Not even a minute. Susan, you don't believe me, do you?
I don't believe you, except for the part where you bumped into the tree.
Yeah.
That probably was not fun.
Actually, the hardest part about that was to make it believable. You know, I had a friend photographing me, and it's hard to really bump into a tree, right? I would come up to it, and we'd look at the film later, and I came up, and you could tell I was anticipating it, right?
Well, yeah, but still, it looked like it hurt. So, believability is important. So.
I took a big stick later, and that soundtrack was boom. It's just showbiz. This is showbiz, Susan. Anyway, yeah. So who have you got there?
This is Dobby, the house dog.
Yeah.
Dobby, can you turn around and look?
I'm not. This is my best side. Don't put me face to face with the camera. This is my best side. Oh, hello, Dobby.
Dobby, she's an 8-year-old French bulldog rescue dog.
Yeah.
And so she's super shy, but she wanted to come up and see what was going on.
Oh yeah. Well, we like her. What's her name? Dobby?
Yes. You know, in the Harry Potter movies, there's the house elf.
Right.
And he has great big pointy ears. Okay, well, Dobby the house dog has great big pointy ears, so
And don't tell me you had to sue Disney or whatever that is Productions because they stole your name, right? Or did you?
no, they had first claim to it. She's a knockoff from whatever, but yeah.
Well, you can expect a lawsuit from them in that case. Yeah. So
So
anyway, well, very nice to meet him. I know last time you were here, you had an animal in your hands too, but it was a different kind of an animal. It was a feathered animal. It was a bird that had hit your window or something.
well,
And
the cat had brought in, yes.
yeah. And yeah, right. The cat had brought in, and that you rescued basically, and he wound up okay, right?
Yeah,
You set him outside, and he or she or whatever flew
yeah.
off. So yeah.
So
Well,
anyway,
Dobie, I'm
you
glad
had,
to meet Dobie. Sorry.
you had asked me about my masks,
Yes, I
and
noticed that
so
you're
I'm,
wearing
I'm
one.
modeling one of them.
Yeah.
I
Well,
I started making masks in early March when materials were really hard to get. Um, it was fairly easy to get fabric, but it was not easy to get elastic or
right,
the lining material for
right.
the masks. So the first couple of months were kind of a challenge, and then May, June, July, and August were really, really busy.
You
And
mean busy with you selling them, or busy?
busy
Yeah,
making
yeah,
them. All
yeah.
of them are
Right.
made to order. Um,
Really?
yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you go to my Etsy site, you'll see items listed for 4-layer masks and 3-layer masks.
Actually, I'm going to head over there, and we can share that with people while we're doing it. Yeah, you probably don't have to wear a mask for Dobie, right? He's not going to be susceptible. I don't think so, anyway.
I hope not.
We know so little, don't we? Yeah. Okay, so here I am. So let me go here and then here and here. Yeah, I love your banner image, by the way. This is I can
Thank
see
you.
now. I know this is copper right here. I know better now. I
Yeah.
didn't think. Yeah, I know. That's yeah. I love that. Okay, so let's see. Do you have these on a? Yep. Let me see masks on a separate page, or
They're right there.
yeah, yeah.
And if you click on one of those, I don't know if you can do that here, but
Yeah.
if you
Whoops.
click on
Hold on. I can do that. Let me do this a different way so that I can get them both.
okay.
I can either do it by tab or I can do it by. Let me see if I. Let me see how good I'm at here. Let me see how good I'm at. Ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Ba-doom, ba-doom. How's that? Yep. Okay. So this is the right. So
Yeah,
okay, yeah. You got
and
color.
and you see over on the left
Whoopsie.
side of the screen, there's some
Oh
little color
yeah.
squares.
You have this really well done. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And so what I have set up is a website where people can order specifying the color that they want or the pattern, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then they can specify whether they want ribbon ties or the little elastic ear loops
And
thing.
the elastic ear loops look like they're adjustable too. You've got a little ferrule on the end of it, or a little bead, right?
Yeah, this
So,
little ball on the end of the
in fact, I think you see this one right
mask
here, right?
allows you to, yeah, it slides up and down on the elastic and allows you
Right.
to adjust the length of the elastic.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, these are lined with melt blown interfacing, which is non-woven, and 4-layer masks have 2 layers of this inside cloth layers, like this.
Right.
So this would be a 3-layer mask because it has 2 layers of cloth and 1 layer of the melt blown.
Right.
A 4-layer mask has 2 layers of the melt blown and 2 layers of cloth. It's a little heavier,
Right.
but it's also provides more protection.
Right. And I was going to ask you because, you know, I know, I'd heard anyway that a cloth only mask isn't really good protection because it's too porous. And so the
Right.
material you put in the center is more designed to catch real fine particulates. And in other words, it's needed if it's going to mask is going to be effective, right?
Yes.
That inner layer, yeah.
This melt blown interfacing is made out of little teeny tiny fibers of polyester that are basically heated and blown to form a sheet.
Right.
I read somewhere, I think on Thursday, that the people who are testing masks are now saying that the melt blown polyethylene is the best kind of mask, but it's really hard to breathe through polyethylene because it's much tighter than polyester.
Yeah, yeah. The
So-
air just smaller spaces for the air to come through.
Right.
Right.
So basically, I have been making masks that people specify the color or the pattern that they want, how many layers of this they want, and whether they want ribbon ties or whether they want the elastic ear loop.
Right.
And I have made many masks. These are ones that I made recently for when I was making orders.
Oh, let's see. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you more prominent here. Hold on.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
But
Ooh, that's nice.
Each mask has a little strip in the top of it,
Right.
a little
Right. Like a
silicone,
metal.
silicone coated wire so that you can flatten it against your nose and it holds
Right.
shape.
Right.
And then the mask comes down over your chin, and it covers the sides of your face.
Right.
And I have made masks for people who have teeny tiny faces, and I have made masks that are for people with really big faces or with bushy beards. All a person has to do when they order, they can give me a heads up that this is for a person with a really large face, or that they need a mask for somebody with a beard, and I ask them to measure the distance from the front of the ear over their nose to the front of their other ear, and then I make the mask according to that size.
Right. Yeah,
So-
this is wonderful, Susan.
So, and these are washable.
Right.
I'm still using masks that I made back in March and April
Yeah.
for me
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
because they're really solid and you can wash them and dry them, and they're like ticks. They just hang on forever, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, now that's a bad image there, a bad image. But I have to tell you a story though. I bought a mask on Etsy early on. It was like Minnie Mouse or something pattern, right? I thought, oh, this is cute. And this was early on in the whole thing. This was like March, I think, or something. And all the stuff that you talked about just now, the sizing, the 2 different options, all of that. This mask was so badly made, and it had too little. It was elastic, but it only stretched about that much. And I put it on, and every time I put it on, I looked like this. And after about, I look like,
Supposed to look like Minnie Mouse.
well, I look like Minnie Mouse, or the other way my dad used to put it is, you got taxi cab doors for ears. And after about 5 minutes, my ears got sore,
Yeah.
and I finally just cut the one of the things, and I just tied a string from that thing over to the other and looped it and had it in my head, and I've had it ever since. And I don't want to go broke, but I'm just about to buy one of your masks, Susan, is what I'm saying, because
Well, there has been lots of improvement since March. Keep in mind
that's true.
There was not a sort of standard mask pattern.
Right.
I tried several different patterns, but this one, and I do have a Minnie Mouse one. This one is the most flexible.
Right.
When I don't know what somebody's face is like, this pleated surgical mask is more effective than one of those that's supposedly taped to your chin and your lower face.
Right.
And when I started out, I was using copper strips up here in the top. I bought some copper bezel wire, which is a flattened copper strip.
Mm-hmm.
And I was using that, but then somebody started making silicone treated steel wire, which is just as flexible, but it's coated so it's not going to wear through the cloth. And so, yeah, there's been a lot of improvements to masks, and there are a lot of different designs. So what I try and do with my mask making is accommodate the customer's specific needs. So I can make kids masks or bat masks or normal size masks. If somebody lets me know what they need.
Okay. Well, sounds good. I'm glad we got a chance to talk about the mask too, because it's something you had on your website, but and I had my eye on it, so I appreciate your sharing all that. So we're not going to see each other yet today, but there's another show coming up at some point.
Okay.
And I hope you'll be with us and come with us.
Okay.
And I was just on your website there, and so if people want to go down below if you're on the website, Skyboy website, go down below and go to Susan's website and buy yourself a Minnie Mouse mask.
Or any of like 48 other fabric patterns. There are so many fabrics.
No, I did a wrong thing. I did a wrong thing telling them to buy the Minnie Mouse mask, because then you'll run out and I won't get mine. All right, that sounds good. Go to her website and buy anything except the Minnie Mouse mask. How's that?
There's a couple yards of Minnie Mouse material back here, so we're good.
All right, let's go Minnie Mouse for the whole world. All right.
All right.
Sounds good, Susan. Well, thank you so much for being at the festival, whatever it is, and we will see you next time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take care.
You've done a great job. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you bet. Bye-bye. All right, well, I'm saving the best for last here. What? What?
Well, maybe because the internet is going in and out, and so is the sound. So
okay.
I was private messaging so that you could see. I don't know if it'll even stay up because it's been so.
Oh, well, you said close the show without you, but yeah, it's okay. Let's just here. First of all, I'm going to turn you on. I'm going to turn you into Trish Campbell instead of Susan. But no, I can hear you. And what happens, and a couple of other people had this too, Paula especially, had slow internet, and sometimes the video will seize up, but the audio still works, which you may not even see it from your end, but I can hear pretty consistently through. So I'll tell you what, let's just go until the internet dies, right? Oh, wait, how does that put it?
6 minutes, whichever comes
Wait, I know. How's that phrase? Let's go break the internet. Let's go break the internet. So anyway, but yeah, let's chat for a minute or two. Why not? Yeah.
Well, I have to say, having watched all those artists, including yourself today, that was wonderful and very inspirational because I've been making candles.
Oh yeah, yeah.
all day.
Well, we're gonna get that out of this if nothing else, and I'm glad to hear you say that because that's how I feel about this. I mean, there's the one part of us that me, all of us, that's like, I need to go out and sell and not promote, but so what do people need? Go out and try to market myself, and what I appreciate about this show is that it's a dialogue with artists, right? And if people want to come in, if the public wants to come in and dialogue with us, we're going to have it. We're going to be right there. And so this is as much for us as for them, right?
Absolutely.
Heck with them. No, not.
Yeah, I really enjoyed looking at Patrick's paintings today too. His were.
Oh, his painting is wonderful, and like all of us, have a story that about something that the way that we use our art to heal our life, that they're inextricable. I'm amazed. Anyway, this has been a lot of fun.
It has been. Thank you so much for hosting.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, let's say goodbye. Let's say goodbye, but not so long, or so long, but not goodbye, or something like that. And I'm going to see if people think they want to come back and do another show. We'll try and do this again.
Close out.
I had enough fun to make it worth it.
On a higher note.
Yeah. Say again?
I said close out 2020 on a higher note.
There you go. That's right. I mean, the world is going to hell in a handbasket, but we're going to jump out of the basket. And the rest of the world can jump out of the basket too. I think things are going to be fine, Trish. I have faith. Whether justified or not, I'm by golly going to have faith, right?
Absolutely. That's what encouraged me to make a couple of the candles in the last few weeks.
Oh, well, and speaking of which, let me put myself back up on the screen here so you can see that. Here, let me grab this guy. This has been going all day here. So to close out the show,
Watch out, don't spill it on yourself.
No, it's good. It's really, you said 3 hours, 3 inches. I think it's been about 2. I think I lit it about 2 o'clock.
I think you did
perfect.
Actually.
Huh?
I think it was about 1 or 2 o'clock when you lit it.
Yeah. I was meant to do it this morning, but had no scissors. But anyway, it's just perfect. The wick has melted down about that far, and it's got a little circle of unmelted wax around it, which is great because it doesn't look like it's in any danger of going out the back. And it's probably, if I turned the lights out here, it would get a little of that feature you were talking about where you can see the light through the glow going through there. So thank you for letting me do this with you present, with the actual artist present while I light her candle.
I will see if I can actually get there. And now if you can actually see it. This is a photo. I know this is a horrible way to do it.
Oh, well, here, let me put you back up on full screen here. Oh, that's wonderful. That's actually
the wrong way. Perspective on a camera does not work well for me.
Oh, no, I can see it really well. Actually, I can see it better than some of the people with glass plated, frames or whatever.
But does that show you kind of what they do?
It sure does. It sure does.
They really do glow.
Wow, Trish, I look forward to doing that on mine.
Yeah, they're really lovely.
And you get it down to that point, you throw the votive in there, and you could put votive after votive. It would never burn the main candle down any further than that.
Yeah, you should be okay. I mean, it depends on your diameter of the candle.
Right. No, I'm just real pleased with it, and the amount of heart and feeling and energy that you put into it has just blown me away. And, you know, all the comments that I see on your Etsy site, I'm not the only one that's blown away by your artwork. So
Yes, but you gave very, very kind words. But I think I said to you that the thing that meant the most was, ironically, I spend a lot of time obviously making the candle, but I feel like this as much time when I'm packaging them to get shipped.
yeah,
And in your case, dropped off because you're in town, so I drop off if they're in
yeah,
town.
right, right.
But I have just as much fun doing the packaging.
I could tell. I could tell that was, you know, actually, you know, it's not a candle, it's an experience. Isn't that what they say about it?
Well, I
Yeah.
just think, you know, if you're going to spend that type of money, I mean, they're not inexpensive.
Right.
It should arrive and be. You don't want it to arrive in a thing of styrofoam and you take a
Right.
box cutter and open it up and then there it is. It
Yeah.
should be everything that comes with it. It's not just a
Yeah.
candle when people order it. I mean, I have a container and a colorful mat for it to sit on when it's not burning, and
Mm-hmm.
with a box of other candles with it if you want to give those away or gift them to yourself. Or
Right.
or- exactly, it's
No.
more of an experience. So
Yeah. Yeah. It's a whole package and it's an experience. Yeah. And it's a perpetual experience, right?
it is a professional experience. All you're required to do on your end is light it, burn it, whatever's left, throw it in the fire, give it back to me, and you'll get something new.
Yep. Well, Trish, it has been such a joy being with you, all the other artists, and you, and this has been a wonderful day. And this is a great closing for the day, the season of light.
And
So thank you
won't
very
have
much.
to blow out the candle, so to speak. So
That's right. I'm going to leave it going. I'm going to turn all the lights out of here after I'm done and enjoy the
no
glow.
fire hazard there, David.
Okay. All right.
You don't need that kind of light.
No, I'm not going to leave the room. I'm not going to leave the room. I'll
Right,
leave the
right.
lights off. Lights
Obviously,
off.
you're gonna have
Yeah.
a really big light if you're not careful.
Oh, well, thank you, Trish. We're going to see you next time, I hope.
Yep. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Good night. Have fun storming the castle as the Princess Bride.
Exactly.
All right. Sounds good, Trish. See you later.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, we're going to close shop here. We had a great day. I'm glad you guys came, and I appreciate your coming to attend us and listen to all us crazy artists. And you're an artist yourself, you know, so I encourage you to do express yourself however you can. And enough said. I think we had a good day. Okay, everybody. We're going to see you in a little while. We're going to do another one of these. Good night, everybody.